Hello everyone and welcome back Nightmare Tales. I know many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you drift off, I'd love it if you could leave a comment letting me know where you're listening from around the world. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe if you're enjoying this video. Story 1. It was a typical evening, working late at the office to finish up reports that had been looming over me for days. The floor was nearly empty, just a few lights on here and there, casting long shadows against the walls. I liked the silence, the way the building seemed to breathe softly once everyone else had gone home. It gave me space to think, to move through tasks without interruption. The clock on my computer screen glowed 9:45 p.m. when everything changed. The shrill wail of the fire alarm cut through the silence like a knife. I jumped, heart pounding, paper slipping from my hands. For a moment, I just sat there frozen, trying to process what was happening. The alarm continued to blare, insistent and loud, urging immediate action. I grabbed my bag and coat and made for the stairwell, my mind running through the emergency protocols we had all been trained to follow. When I reached the stairwell door, I pushed the bar to open it, but it did not budge. I pushed harder, panic beginning to edge into my mind. It was supposed to swing open easily in case of emergencies, but it was stuck, unmoving. I jiggled the handle, slammed my shoulder against it, but nothing worked. The fire alarm was deafening now, echoing off the hard surfaces, making it difficult to think clearly. I turned and sprinted to the next stairwell at the opposite end of the hallway. Maybe it was just that door. Maybe this one would work. My shoes slapped against the tile floor as I ran. The sound of my breathing almost drowned out by the relentless alarm. When I reached the second stairwell and pushed the door, the same thing happened. It would not open, sealed shut as if bolted from the other side. My hand started to shake as I backed away from the door. Something was wrong. Terribly wrong. The fire alarms were supposed to unlock the doors automatically, allow people to exit safely. I thought about calling 911, but when I pulled out my phone, there was no signal. The building's thick walls sometimes messed with reception, but this felt deliberate, like I was trapped. I tried the elevators next, even though we had been told never to use them during a fire. Desperation pushed me toward them, pressing the button repeatedly, but nothing happened. The elevator doors stayed stubbornly closed, the lights above them dark. I looked around wildly, searching for another way out, another solution, but all the offices were empty. The windows too high and narrow to climb through. Smoke started to drift into the hallway, thin at first, curling around the ceiling like ghostly fingers. My throat tightened and I pulled my coat over my mouth, trying to breathe through the fabric. The fire had to be real. I could smell the acrid, bitter stench of burning plastic and wood. Fear tightened its grip on me, but I forced myself to stay calm to think. I ducked into one of the offices and slammed the door shut behind me. Under the desk, I found a landline phone and lifted the receiver with trembling fingers. I dialed 911, praying the call would go through. It did, and I quickly explained the situation, giving them the address and my location within the building. The dispatcher kept a calm voice, telling me to stay where I was and that help was on the way. Brain minutes dragged by like hours. The smoke thickened in the hallway, seeping through the cracks around the door. My eyes burned and it became harder to breathe. Even with the coat over my mouth, I stayed low to the ground, remembering the safety tips from fire drills, hoping it would make a difference. I could hear distant banging sounds, shouting, maybe firefighters breaking into the building. I thought about my family, about how this could be the last time I ever sat in an office chair or breathed cool night air. I refused to give up, refused to let panic take me under. I crawled to the window and pounded on it with a chair, hoping to get someone's attention from outside. The glass was thick, not designed to shatter easily, but after several hard hits, cracks spiderwebbed across it. A loud crash echoed from the hallway and then I heard heavy footsteps and someone calling out. I shouted back, hoarse from the smoke pounding harder on the door. The footsteps grew louder until they were right outside. I heard a metallic scraping noise. Then the door was forced open with a crowbar by two firefighters in full gear. Relief flooded through me as they rushed in, covering me with a blanket and guiding me out. The hallway was nearly invisible through the smoke, but they moved quickly and surely. They led me down a different stairwell, one they had already forced open. The fresh air outside hit me like a wave, and I staggered, coughing and blinking against the floodlights the emergency crews had set up. Paramedics checked me over, wrapping me in another blanket and giving me oxygen. As I sat there shivering and dazed, the fire chief came over to talk to me. He explained that the fire had been small, started by a faulty electrical panel, but the real concern was why the stairwell doors had been locked. That was not supposed to happen. He said an investigation was already underway to figure out who had tampered with the systems. Days later, the truth came out. Someone had deliberately disabled the emergency door releases in the elevator systems, setting off the fire alarm as a distraction. It was part of a larger plan to steal sensitive information from a secured floor, knowing the fire would evacuate the building. What they had not counted on was me staying late that night. The authorities caught them quickly thanks to security footage and access logs. I went back to work eventually, though it took time to feel comfortable staying late again. The company installed new safety measures, upgrading all the systems, and ensuring nothing like that could ever happen again. They offered me counseling, extra vacation days, even a promotion for my bravery and calm under pressure. I accepted, feeling stronger and more resilient because of the experience. Life slowly returned to normal, but I never forgot. That night, I learned how quickly things could turn from ordinary to terrifying, and how important it was to stay calm under pressure. I also learned that sometimes bad things happen, but with the right people and a little bit of courage, it is possible to make it through. I carried that lesson with me every day after, grateful for every quiet evening and every simple, uneventful night. The story too, I had been feeling stuck for months, unable to move forward with anything in my life. When I saw the ad for a self-help seminar promising clarity and transformation, it felt like exactly what I needed. The price was steep, but I justified it by telling myself it was an investment in my future. I signed up without thinking twice, eager for something to break the cycle I was trapped in. The seminar was scheduled for a full weekend, and I cleared my calendar to attend. The event was held in a sleek hotel conference room decorated with motivational posters and banners. Rows of chairs were filled with people who seemed just as desperate for change as I was. There was a strange energy in the air, a mixture of excitement and nervousness. I took a seat near the middle, hoping to blend in without drawing too much attention. A loud upbeat song blared from the speakers as the seminar leader bounded onto the stage. He was charismatic, confident, and everything I wished I could be. His words poured out in a steady stream of inspiration, and for the first hour, I found myself completely captivated. He talked about taking control of our lives, breaking free from fear, and becoming the best versions of ourselves. The audience around me clapped and cheered enthusiastically. I felt hopeful, like maybe I had made the right choice after all. Then the tone began to shift. The speaker started talking about how we had been sabotaging our own lives, that we were our own worst enemies. His voice grew louder and sharper, accusing us of being lazy, weak, and foolish. I felt a lump form in my throat, but I clapped along with everyone else, not wanting to stand out. The room felt less like a supportive environment and more like a courtroom. By the second session, things became even stranger. We were told to stand and shout out our biggest failures while others watched. People sobbed and screamed as they confessed their secrets to a room full of strangers. I hesitated, feeling exposed and vulnerable, but pure pressure was strong. I mumbled something just to get through it, my face burning with shame. We were not allowed to leave the room except during tightly controlled breaks. The doors were guarded by staff members who smiled too widely and watched everyone closely. I noticed how they discouraged private conversations, steering people back into group activities if they tried to talk alone. Every exercise was designed to break us down emotionally and then rebuild us in the image the seminar promoted. At one point, we were asked to write down the names of people in our lives who had held us back. We were told to imagine cutting them out completely, severing ties with anyone who did not fully support our new path. It felt extreme and isolating. I thought of my family, my friends, people who loved me even when I struggled. I kept my paper blank, unwilling to betray them even in a pretend exercise. The speaker introduced the concept of financial commitment as proof of dedication. They pressured us to sign up for even more expensive workshops, claiming that if we hesitated, it meant we were not truly ready to change. Some people rushed to the back of the room to hand over their credit cards. I sat frozen in my seat, my heart pounding. Something about it felt deeply wrong. That night, I could not sleep. I lay in my hotel bed, replaying the day in my mind, feeling more trapped than empowered. I realized how easily they had manipulated my emotions, how they had used fear and shame to control the group. I thought about leaving, but worried about drawing attention to myself. They had made it clear that quitting meant failure. The next morning, I forced myself to go back, hoping to find a way out without causing a scene. The sessions resumed with more intense emotional drills, more shouting, more tears. I kept my head down, participating just enough to avoid scrutiny. My stomach churned with anxiety. I felt like a prisoner in a place that had promised healing. During a short break, I slipped into a side hallway, pretending I needed the restroom. I found an emergency exit door at the end of the hall. It was alarmed, but I decided it was worth it. I pushed the bar and ran as the alarm blared through the hotel. I did not look back. My only focus was getting as far away from that place as possible. I ran across the parking lot and flagged down a taxi. The driver gave me a curious look, but said nothing as I gave him my address. I sat in the back seat, shaking, my hands clenched tightly in my lap. Relief flooded through me as the hotel faded into the distance. I knew I had narrowly escaped something dangerous. Back at home, I spent hours researching the seminar and its organizers. I discovered horror stories from others who had attended similar events. Some had gone into debt, lost friends and family, or suffered emotional breakdowns. The pattern was always the same: break them down, isolate them, and bleed them dry. I felt a deep sense of betrayal, but also a strange pride. I had recognized the danger before it was too late. I had trusted my instincts and saved myself. I promised never to ignore my gut feelings again, no matter how much pressure I felt. The experience taught me a hard but valuable lesson about protecting my mind and heart. In the weeks that followed, I worked to rebuild my confidence on my own terms. I read books by respected psychologists, joined a small support group at a local community center, and practiced setting boundaries. I learned that real growth came slowly through patience and self-compassion, not through fear and humiliation. I never sought a quick fix again. Whenever I felt the urge to look for easy answers, I reminded myself of the hotel conference room, the shouting, the manipulation. I remembered how good it had felt to push open that door and run. Freedom, I realized, was something I had to fight for. Over time, I found peace within myself. I built a life based on small, steady steps instead of grand promises. I surrounded myself with people who accepted me as I was, not as someone they wanted to mold. I learned that true change was quiet, steady, and deeply personal. Looking back, I was grateful for the experience, painful as it had been. It had sharpened my awareness, taught me resilience, and shown me the strength I never knew I had. I had walked into a trap, and walked out stronger. I knew now that my life was mine to shape, one careful step at a time. Story 3. It started subtly enough that I almost did not notice it at first. I would be on a call and there would be a faint clicking sound in the background, almost like someone tapping a pen on a desk. At first, I thought it was just interference or maybe an issue with my phone. Walls would drop unexpectedly or the audio would cut in and out for a second or two. It was strange, but not enough to alarm me immediately. Over the next few days, the clicking became more pronounced. Sometimes it would happen even when I was not on a call, just as the phone sat on the table beside me. I would pick it up to check for notifications and hear the faint series of clicks like a distant typewriter. It unsettled me, but I tried to reason with myself. Maybe it was a glitch or something related to the network. Then people I knew started mentioning odd calls they had received. A coworker told me they got a missed call from my number, but when they answered, no one spoke. A family member said they received a text from me that made no sense. A jumbled series of words and numbers. I had no memory of sending anything like that. I checked my messages and call logs, but everything looked normal on my end. The more I paid attention, the more inconsistencies I found. My battery drained unusually fast, even when I barely used the phone. Apps would close randomly, and sometimes my phone would restart itself without warning. Late at night, I would hear that same clicking noise and feel a growing sense of unease. It was like my phone had a life of its own, moving in ways I could not control. I decided to dig a little deeper. I searched online for what clicking noises during calls could mean, and almost immediately, results mentioning surveillance and phone tapping came up. I read story after story of people describing experiences eerily similar to mine. Some mentioned that their numbers had been cloned, used by others to make calls and send messages without their knowledge. My stomach dropped as I read about the dangers involved. Determined to find answers, I contacted my phone service provider. I explained everything from the clicking sounds to the strange reports from my contacts. The representative listened carefully and then asked me a series of questions. After a few minutes, they confirmed my worst fear. My number had likely been cloned. Someone had duplicated my phone number and was using it for their own purposes. Uttering that out loud made my chest tighten with anxiety. I asked what I could do to fix it, and they walked me through several steps. I had to change my account passwords immediately, add extra security measures to my account, and request a new SIM card with a different number. They also recommended filing a report with the authorities since phone cloning could be linked to identity theft and other serious crimes. I spent the rest of that day securing my information. I updated every account linked to my phone number from banking to social media. I enabled two-factor authentication wherever I could. It felt overwhelming, like I was trying to plug leaks in a sinking ship. But every time I thought I was done, I remembered another account or service that needed to be updated. Replacing my SIM card brought some relief. The strange click stopped and no more odd calls or messages were reported by my contacts. But I still felt shaken, like a part of my life had been invaded. I kept thinking about who might have done it and why. Was it random, or had someone targeted me specifically for some reason? Those questions circled my mind late at night when the house was quiet. The experience made me hyper-aware of my digital security. I started reading articles and watching videos about protecting personal information online. I learned how easy it could be for someone to gather enough details about a person to clone their number, or worse. Simple habits like using the same password across multiple sites or sharing too much information on social media could open the door to those risks. Determined not to be caught off guard again, I made several changes to my routine. I created strong, unique passwords for every account and stored them securely. I limited the amount of personal information I shared publicly. I also kept a closer eye on my phone bills, looking for any unusual activity. I refused to live in fear, but I would not be naive either. There were moments when I still felt a flicker of paranoia. If a call dropped unexpectedly or an app acted strange, I would tense up, wondering if it was happening again. But those moments became less frequent over time. I reminded myself that I had taken control of the situation, that I was doing everything possible to protect myself. But I also learned how important it was to trust my instincts. The clicking sounds, the odd behavior of my phone, the strange calls reported by friends, all of it had pointed to something being wrong. If I had ignored those signs, the damage could have been much worse. Listening to that inner voice, even when it seemed small and uncertain, had made all the difference. Eventually, life returned to normal. My phone worked as it should, and the fear that had gripped me slowly faded. I stayed cautious but did not let the experience dominate my thoughts. It became a lesson I carried with me, a reminder of the world we live in and the importance of staying vigilant. All bad things could happen, but with the right actions, they could be managed and overcome. Looking back, I felt proud of how I handled everything. I did not let fear paralyze me. I sought help, took action, and made changes to protect myself. It would have been easy to panic or pretend nothing was wrong, but facing the problem head-on gave me a sense of strength. The situation had been frightening and invasive, but it did not break me. In a strange way, the experience gave me more confidence. I knew I could handle unexpected challenges and protect what mattered to me. I learned that even when things go wrong, even when it feels like someone has reached into your life without permission, it is possible to fight back and win. I reclaimed my peace, my security, and my trust in myself one careful step at a time. Story 4. I had been searching for a mattress for a few weeks, trying to find something decent without spending too much money. Buying brand new was out of my budget, so I turned to Facebook Marketplace. Oh, it did not take long before I found a listing that seemed perfect. The pictures showed a clean mattress barely used according to the description, and the price was almost too good to be true. After a short conversation with the seller, I arranged to pick it up that afternoon. The seller lived on the other side of town in a quiet neighborhood lined with trees and modest houses. When I arrived, they were waiting outside, the mattress propped up against their garage. It looked just like the photos, and they assured me it had been barely used and kept in a clean, smoke-free home. I inspected it quickly but thoroughly, finding no stains or obvious damage. Satisfied, I handed over the cash, loaded it into my car, and headed home. The mattress inside was a bit of a struggle, but after some effort, I managed to wrestle it up the stairs and into my bedroom. It felt good to finally have something comfortable to sleep on after weeks of using an old couch. That night, I made up the bed with fresh sheets and looked forward to a peaceful sleep. As I settled in, I noticed the mattress felt a little firmer than I expected, but I brushed it off as something I would get used to. The next morning, I woke up with a strange feeling in my side. It was not exactly painful, but it was uncomfortable, like something was pressing against me. I pulled back the sheets and ran my hand across the mattress, trying to find the source. There was a small raised bump near the center, almost like something was stitched into the fabric. Curious, I pressed on it and felt something hard and sharp beneath the surface. A wave of unease washed over me. Mattresses were not supposed to have anything hard inside them, at least not in such a concentrated spot. I debated whether to ignore it or investigate further. Eventually, curiosity got the better of me. I grabbed a pair of scissors and carefully snipped at the stitching around the bump, trying not to damage the mattress too much. As I pulled the fabric apart, something metallic glinted in the light. I reached in and carefully extracted a small, jagged piece of metal. It looked like a broken piece of a blade, sharp and rusted at the edges. My heart pounded as I examined it, wondering how something so dangerous had ended up inside a mattress. I kept digging, my fingers trembling slightly, and pulled out 2 more sharp fragments. It was horrifying to think about how easily I could have been seriously injured on wrong move in my sleep, and I could have ended up in the hospital. I sat back on my heels staring at the pieces of metal lying on the floor. I considered calling the seller, but deep down I knew it would not make a difference. Whether it had been an accident or something more sinister, I could not trust anything they said. For a moment, I thought about throwing the mattress away and cutting my losses. It felt tainted now, unsafe, but I hated the idea of wasting the money I had spent, especially after how tight things had been financially. I decided instead to strip the mattress completely, carefully cutting it open and inspecting every inch. If there were more hidden dangers, I needed to find them. It took hours, but I was thorough. I found 2 more pieces of metal sewn into different parts of the mattress, each as sharp and rusted as the first ones. By the time I finished, the mattress looked like a patchwork of cuts and repairs, but I was confident it was finally safe. I restitched the fabric as best as I could and covered it with a thick mattress protector before putting the sheets back on. That night, I slept more soundly, but the experience left a deep mark on me. I kept thinking about what could have happened if I had not investigated. I imagined waking up in the middle of the night with a deep cut or worse. It was a sobering reminder that not everyone or everything you find online is as it seems. From then on, I promised myself to be much more cautious with second-hand purchases. In the following days, I found myself checking the mattress obsessively before going to bed. Even though I had thoroughly inspected it, a small part of me remained anxious. Over time, though, the fear faded, replaced by a cautious kind of confidence. I knew I had taken the right steps to protect myself. I had turned a dangerous situation into a lesson learned without letting it destroy my trust in my own judgment. Eventually, I got used to the mattress and even grew to like it. It was firm but supportive, and I slept better than I had in months. Life settled back into a normal rhythm, and the strange incident became just another story tucked away in my mind. I shared it with a few friends, warning them to always check what they buy and never assume something is safe just because it looks clean or comes with a smile. Looking back, I was grateful I had listened to my instincts. If I had ignored the strange feeling or brushed off the discomfort, things could have ended much differently. It reminded me that intuition is a powerful tool, something to be respected and trusted. Not every danger announces itself loudly. Sometimes it hides just beneath the surface, waiting for you to find it. That mattress stayed with me for years afterward. Every time I laid down, I felt a strange sense of pride knowing that I had made it safe with my own hands. It served as a daily reminder that I was capable of taking care of myself, even when the unexpected happened. I never let fear take over, but I never forgot the lesson either. From then on, whenever I bought something secondhand, I inspected it carefully and trusted my instincts without question. In the end, the experience made me stronger and more aware. It showed me that even when things seem fine on the outside, it is always worth digging a little deeper. It is not about being paranoid. It is about being smart, cautious, and looking out for yourself in a world where not everyone does. I moved forward with a little more wisdom and a lot more trust in my ability to handle whatever came my way. Story 5. It was just an ordinary afternoon when I noticed someone standing near the bus stop looking confused. They kept glancing at their phone and then up at the street signs, clearly unsure of where to go. I felt a little tug of sympathy and decided to walk over and ask if they needed help. They smiled in relief when I offered and quickly explained that they were trying to find a specific address, but could not seem to figure out the directions. Pulling up the map on my phone, I showed them the easiest route and even pointed out some landmarks they would pass along the way. They thanked me several times, their smile wide and appreciative. I waved it off, saying it was no trouble at all, and watched as they headed off in the right direction. I thought nothing more of it after that. Helping strangers always felt like the right thing to do, and I never expected anything in return. The rest of my afternoon was uneventful, filled with errands and a quiet dinner at home. A few days later, while scrolling through a community group online, I saw a post that caught my eye. Someone had shared a story about a kind stranger helping them when they were lost. Curious, I clicked on the post, wondering if maybe it was the same person I had helped. But what I saw next made my stomach turn. There in the comments was a screenshot of a private message thread with my photo attached to it. The photo was clearly taken that afternoon near the bus stop. I recognized the jacket I had been wearing and the way I was pointing at the map on my phone. The angle made it obvious it had been taken secretly. The caption under the photo was unsettling, filled with comments about me, none of which I ever wanted to see. My face, my simple act of kindness, had been twisted into something I did not recognize. For a few minutes, I just stared at the screen, not sure how to react. Part of me felt angry, part of me felt violated, and another part felt deeply embarrassed. I had trusted that my good deed would be just that, a good deed. It never crossed my mind that someone would take a photo without my consent and share it online. I quickly closed the post and sat back, feeling like the walls around me were suddenly much closer. I debated what to do next. Reporting the post seemed like the obvious choice, but I also wondered if it would make things worse. What if drawing attention to it just encouraged more people to look at it? My heart raced as I considered my options. I decided to take screenshots of the post and the comments just in case I needed evidence later. After saving everything, I reached out to the group moderator. I explained the situation calmly, providing the screenshots and asking if they could remove the post and address the behavior. The moderator responded quickly, expressing sincere apologies and promising to take immediate action. Within an hour, the post was taken down and the person who shared it was banned from the group. Even though the post was gone, I still felt unsettled. The idea that someone had seen me, interacted with me, and then decided to secretly document it for their own amusement was deeply disturbing. I realized how vulnerable one moment of kindness had made me. It made me rethink how I approached helping strangers and how cautious I needed to be moving forward. Trust was something that could no longer be given so freely. To clear my mind, I decided to spend the next day outdoors, away from screens and social media. I packed a small bag with water and snacks and headed to a nearby hiking trail. The fresh air and the steady rhythm of my footsteps helped ease the tension in my chest. Every so often, I would pass other hikers, exchanging polite nods without lingering too long. It felt good to be anonymous again, just another face in the crowd. As I walked, I thought about the lesson this experience had taught me. Kindness was still important, but I needed to be mindful of my surroundings and my safety. There was nothing wrong with helping others, but there was also nothing wrong with protecting myself. Trust had to be balanced with caution, especially in a world where not everyone had good intentions. It was a hard truth to accept, but it was necessary. When I got home that evening, I felt lighter, more at peace with what had happened. I made a conscious decision not to let fear control me. Helping that lost person had still been the right thing to do. What they chose to do afterward was a reflection of them, not of me. I could not let one bad experience steal the good from all the other times had reached out and made a difference. Some mentioned that their numbers had been cloned, used by others to make calls and send messages without their knowledge. My stomach dropped as I read about the dangers involved. Determined to find answers, I contacted my phone service provider. I explained everything from the clicking sounds to the strange reports from my contacts. The representative listened carefully and then asked me a series of questions. After a few minutes, they confirmed my worst fear. My number had likely been cloned. Someone had duplicated my phone number and was using it for their own purposes. Uttering that out loud made my chest tighten with anxiety. I asked what I could do to fix it, and they walked me through several steps. I had to change my account passwords immediately, add extra security measures to my account, and request a new SIM card with a different number. They also recommended filing a report with the authorities since phone cloning could be linked to identity theft and other serious crimes. I spent the rest of that day securing my information. I updated every account linked to my phone number from banking to social media. I enabled two-factor authentication wherever I could. It felt overwhelming, like I was trying to plug leaks in a sinking ship. But every time I thought I was done, I remembered another account or service that needed to be updated. Replacing my SIM card brought some relief. The strange clicks stopped and no more odd calls or messages were reported by my contacts. But I still felt shaken, like a part of my life had been invaded. I kept thinking about who might have done it and why. Was it random, or had someone targeted me specifically for some reason? Those questions circled my mind late at night when the house was quiet. The experience made me hyper-aware of my digital security. I started reading articles and watching videos about protecting personal information online. I learned how easy it could be for someone to gather enough details about a person to clone their number, or worse. Simple habits like using the same password across multiple sites or sharing too much information on social media could open the door to those risks. Determined not to be caught off guard again, I made several changes to my routine. I created strong, unique passwords for every account and stored them securely. I limited the amount of personal information I shared publicly. I also kept a closer eye on my phone bills, looking for any unusual activity. I refused to live in fear, but I would not be naive either. There were moments when I still felt a flicker of paranoia. If a call dropped unexpectedly or an app acted strange, I would tense up, wondering if it was happening again. But those moments became less frequent over time. I reminded myself that I had taken control of the situation, that I was doing everything possible to protect myself. But I also learned how important it was to trust my instincts. The clicking sounds, the odd behavior of my phone, the strange calls reported by friends, all of it had pointed to something being wrong. If I had ignored those signs, the damage could have been much worse. Listening to that inner voice, even when it seemed small and uncertain, had made all the difference. Eventually, life returned to normal. My phone worked as it should, and the fear that had gripped me slowly faded. I stayed cautious but did not let the experience dominate my thoughts. It became a lesson I carried with me, a reminder of the world we live in and the importance of staying vigilant. All bad things could happen, but with the right actions, they could be managed and overcome. Looking back, I felt proud of how I handled everything. I did not let fear paralyze me. I sought help, took action, and made changes to protect myself. It would have been easy to panic or pretend nothing was wrong, but facing the problem head-on gave me a sense of strength. The situation had been frightening and invasive, but it did not break me. In a strange way, the experience gave me more confidence. I knew I could handle unexpected challenges and protect what mattered to me. I learned that even when things go wrong, even when it feels like someone has reached into your life without permission, it is possible to fight back and win. I reclaimed my peace, my security, and my trust in myself one careful step at a time. Story 4. I had been searching for a mattress for a few weeks, trying to find something decent without spending too much money. Buying brand new was out of my budget, so I turned to Facebook Marketplace. Oh, it did not take long before I found a listing that seemed perfect. The pictures showed a clean mattress barely used according to the description, and the price was almost too good to be true. After a short conversation with the seller, I arranged to pick it up that afternoon. The seller lived on the other side of town in a quiet neighborhood lined with trees and modest houses. When I arrived, they were waiting outside, the mattress propped up against their garage. It looked just like the photos, and they assured me it had been barely used and kept in a clean, smoke-free home. I inspected it quickly but thoroughly, finding no stains or obvious damage. Satisfied, I handed over the cash, loaded it into my car, and headed home. The mattress inside was a bit of a struggle, but after some effort, I managed to wrestle it up the stairs and into my bedroom. It felt good to finally have something comfortable to sleep on after weeks of using an old couch. That night, I made up the bed with fresh sheets and looked forward to a peaceful sleep. As I settled in, I noticed the mattress felt a little firmer than I expected, but I brushed it off as something I would get used to. The next morning, I woke up with a strange feeling in my side. It was not exactly painful, but it was uncomfortable, like something was pressing against me. I pulled back the sheets and ran my hand across the mattress, trying to find the source. There was a small raised bump near the center, almost like something was stitched into the fabric. Curious, I pressed on it and felt something hard and sharp beneath the surface. A wave of unease washed over me. Mattresses were not supposed to have anything hard inside them, at least not in such a concentrated spot. I debated whether to ignore it or investigate further. Eventually, curiosity got the better of me. I grabbed a pair of scissors and carefully snipped at the stitching around the bump, trying not to damage the mattress too much. As I pulled the fabric apart, something metallic glinted in the light. I reached in and carefully extracted a small, jagged piece of metal. It looked like a broken piece of a blade, sharp and rusted at the edges. My heart pounded as I examined it, wondering how something so dangerous had ended up inside a mattress. I kept digging, my fingers trembling slightly, and pulled out 2 more sharp fragments. It was horrifying to think about how easily I could have been seriously injured on wrong move in my sleep, and I could have ended up in the hospital. I sat back on my heels staring at the pieces of metal lying on the floor. I considered calling the seller, but deep down I knew it would not make a difference. Whether it had been an accident or something more sinister, I could not trust anything they said. For a moment, I thought about throwing the mattress away and cutting my losses. It felt tainted now, unsafe, but I hated the idea of wasting the money I had spent, especially after how tight things had been financially. Hearing that was like a weight lifting off my chest. Knowing that I had listened to my instincts and acted on them filled me with a deep sense of pride. It would have been easy to ignore the signs, to dismiss the uncomfortable feelings as paranoia. Instead, I paid attention, took action, and possibly prevented something much worse from happening. It was a lesson I would carry with me forever. I resumed my morning walks eventually, though I stayed vigilant. Life returned to a new kind of normal, one where I trusted myself more and valued my own safety above convenience or routine. Every time I set out on my familiar path, I did so with a renewed sense of confidence. I had faced something frightening and come through stronger on the other side. The neighborhood felt safe again, but not because I believed nothing bad could ever happen. It felt safe because I knew that I could trust myself to recognize danger and act to protect myself, or that knowledge made all the difference. As I walked past the familiar houses, past the parked cars and friendly faces, I felt a deep gratitude for the ordinary peace I had fought to keep. Story 7. It had been a long day of running errands across town, and I was exhausted by the time I stopped at the shopping center. My feet ADHD from walking, and I decided to find a restroom before continuing with the last few things on my list. The mall was bustling with people, loud chatter echoing through the hallways as kids darted between stores. I spotted the public restroom near the food court and made my way toward it. The bright fluorescent lights buzzed faintly as I pushed open the heavy door. The restroom was surprisingly empty, with only a faint drip of water echoing from one of the sinks. I chose a stall near the end, wanting a bit of space away from the door. As I closed the stall door behind me, something caught my eye. There, carved into the door at eye level, was my full name. My stomach dropped and I stared at it in disbelief, tracing the rough edges of the letters with my gaze. For a moment, I could not move, frozen by the sudden surge of fear that flooded my chest. How could my name be here, scratched into a random restroom door in a place I had never even visited before today? I had never told anyone I was coming to this mall, and I had no enemies that I knew of. My mind raced through possibilities, each one more unsettling than the last. I took a shaky breath and forced myself to stay calm. I stepped out of the stall and quickly scanned the restroom, but it was still empty. I pulled out my phone and snapped a quick photo of the carving, not sure yet if I would need proof of it. My hands trembled slightly as I tucked my phone away and hurried out of the restroom. The moment I was back in the bustling mall, the normality of the crowd almost made me doubt what I had just seen. Almost. No. I found a bench near the center of the mall and sat down, trying to think logically. Maybe it was a coincidence, someone with the same name, although that seemed unlikely given how uncommon my full name was. Maybe it had been there for a long time and had nothing to do with me at all, but deep down I felt it was not random. Something about the precision of the carving made it feel deliberate. I thought about the past few weeks, trying to remember if anything else had seemed unusual. There had been a few strange phone calls, heavy breathing on the other end before hanging up. A few times I had felt like someone was watching me, though when I turned around there was no one there. At the time I brushed it off as paranoia. Now it did not feel like coincidence anymore. I debated whether to call someone, maybe the mall security or even the police. The part of me worried I would not be taken seriously, that it would be dismissed as a prank. I decided to start by speaking with mall security just to report what I found. It felt better than doing nothing. And if something more serious happened later, there would at least be a record of it. The security office was tucked behind a row of stores, and a bored-looking guard listened as I explained what had happened. I showed him the photo, and to my surprise, his expression grew serious. But he asked me to lead him to the restroom so he could see it for himself. We made our way back, weaving through shoppers and children with balloons. The normal scene feeling surreal after what I had discovered inside the restroom. The carving was still there, stark and unmistakable against the dull surface of the door. The guard examined it closely, taking photos with his own phone. He told me they would check security footage to see if they could spot anyone acting suspiciously near the restroom earlier. I thanked him, feeling a little reassured that someone was taking me seriously. Still, the unease in my stomach did not go away. I left the mall quickly after that, glancing over my shoulder more often than usual. Every stranger felt like a potential threat. Every glance in my direction made my skin crawl. When I got home, I checked the locks on all the doors and windows twice. I even pulled the curtains closed, something I rarely did during the day. My apartment, usually a place of comfort, now felt vulnerable. That night, sleep was almost impossible. Every creak of the building, every gust of wind against the windows made my heart race. I kept thinking about who could have done it and, more importantly, why? What did they want from me? Was it a warning, a threat, or something else entirely? I could not shake the feeling that someone had been watching me for a long time. The next day, mall security called to update me. They had reviewed footage from the day before, but had not found anything definitive. The area near the restroom was a blind spot, not fully covered by the cameras. They promised to increase patrols in the area, but beyond that, there was little they could do unless something else happened. I thanked them even though the news made me feel more alone than ever. I decided to be proactive. I changed all my online passwords, updated privacy settings on my social media, and removed personal information wherever I could. I even contacted my phone company to set up additional security measures on my account. If someone was trying to intimidate me or track me, I was going to make it as hard as possible for them. Weeks passed without any new incidents. Gradually, my nerves began to settle and life returned to a cautious version of normal. I stayed alert, but the constant fear began to fade. I told myself that maybe it had been a sick prank by someone who had seen my name somewhere online. Maybe it was not as personal as it had felt in the moment. Still, the experience changed me. I became more careful about where I went, who I spoke to, and what information I shared. I learned to trust my instincts, to act when something felt wrong instead of brushing it off. The world was not as safe as I had once believed, but that knowledge made me stronger rather than weaker. Over time, I reclaimed my sense of peace. I refused to let fear control my life or stop me from doing the things I loved. I visited new places, made new friends, and embraced the freedom of living on my own terms. I remembered the fear, but I did not let it define me. It became a part of my story, a reminder of my resilience and courage. In the end, I found strength I never knew I had. I stood taller, spoke louder, and walked with more confidence than ever before. No carved name in a restroom store could take that away from me. My life moved forward full of new experiences and the unshakable knowledge that I could face whatever came my way. Story 8. Being a camp counselor was something I had looked forward to for years. I loved the idea of spending a whole summer outdoors leading activities and helping kids make memories. The camp had a long history and was located deep in the woods, far away from the noise of the city. Every counselor went through a week of training before the campers arrived. We were taught safety procedures, activity planning, and how to handle any emergencies that might happen. When the campers finally showed up, the energy around the camp was incredible. Laughter echoed through the trees and the smell of campfires filled the air every evening. My group of campers was a handful, but they were a good bunch, always excited for hikes, swimming, and arts and crafts. Nights were quieter with counselors rotating shifts for night watch, ensuring that the kids were safe and accounted for. The first few weeks passed without any real problems, and I started to settle into a routine. One night during my turn on night watch, I heard a noise near the tents that sounded out of place. It was not the usual rustling of sleeping campers or small animals in the underbrush. That I brushed it off at first, thinking maybe one of the kids had gotten up to use the bathroom. But when I walked a little closer, I thought I saw a shadow slipping into one of the tents. I froze for a moment, unsure if my tired mind was playing tricks on me. Deciding not to jump to conclusions, I waited quietly nearby, listening. A few minutes later, I saw the figure exit the tent and move silently between the trees. My heart raced as I realized it was not a camper. The person was too tall, too large to be one of the kids. I decided to report it to the camp director in the morning, not wanting to cause panic during the night without proof. The next morning, I approached the camp director privately and explained what I had seen. They listened carefully, but seemed skeptical, suggesting it might have been another counselor checking on the kids. I was told to keep an eye out, but not to worry too much unless it happened again. I left the office feeling uneasy, wondering if I had imagined the whole thing after all. Still, I could not shake the feeling that something was wrong. Over the next few nights, I stayed extra alert during my shifts. I checked on the campers more often, making sure they were all safe and accounted for. Then, 2 nights later, I saw it happen again. This time, the figure moved between 2 different tents, crouching low and slipping inside briefly before moving to the next one. I decided to follow from a safe distance, staying hidden among the trees. I watched as the figure eventually left the tents and made their way toward the staff cabins. I could not see their face clearly in the darkness, but I recognized the shape and the way they moved. It was one of the older staff members, someone who had been working at the camp for years. The next morning, I went straight to the director again, this time insisting that we check the security logs. The camp had a few trail cameras set up near the main paths for wildlife observation and security. Together, we reviewed the footage from the past few nights. Sure enough, there were images of the older staff member moving around the camper areas long after lights out without any official reason. The director's face grew serious as they realized the gravity of the situation. Authorities were contacted immediately and the staff member was removed from the camp that same day. Parents were informed and extra security measures were put in place to reassure everyone that their children were safe. Counselors were instructed to double up for night watches and staff meetings became more frequent to ensure communication stayed open. The campers were not told the full details, only that a staff member had left for personal reasons and that new rules were in place to keep the camp safe. I noticed the atmosphere changed slightly. Counselors were more protective, more aware of where everyone was at all times. The camp director personally thanked me for speaking up and staying vigilant even when my concerns had been doubted at first. As the summer continued, the camp gradually regained its joyful spirit. Campfires were filled with songs and stories again, and the kids returned to their carefree adventures. I felt a deep sense of responsibility every time I looked around at the smiling faces of the campers. I knew how important it was to trust instincts and to always speak up when something felt wrong. By the end of the summer, I had built strong bonds with the campers and my fellow counselors. We had overcome the challenge together and made the camp a better, safer place. During the closing ceremony, as we said goodbye to the kids and their families, I felt proud of the work we had done. I realized that being a counselor was about more than just fun activities. It was about being a protector, a role model, and someone the campers could trust without question. The experience stayed with me long after I packed up my things and left the campgrounds. It taught me to trust my instincts, even when others might hesitate. It showed me the importance of speaking out for those who cannot always speak for themselves. And most of all, it reminded me that doing the right thing is not always easy, but it is always worth it. I promised myself that no matter where life took me, I would always carry that lesson forward. Story 9. Well, it had been a few days since I decided to upgrade the safety features in my home. After reading about the importance of having working smoke detectors, I ordered a new one online from a store that had good reviews. It arrived in a small box, neatly packed with instructions and mounting hardware. I figured it would be a quick project, something I could install without much trouble. That Saturday morning around 10 a.m., I set to work. I chose to install it in the hallway outside my bedroom, thinking it would offer the best coverage. I grabbed my tools from the closet and followed the instructions step by step. Everything seemed straightforward, and it only took me about 15 minutes to mount it on the ceiling. Once it was up, I stood back to admire my work. Feeling a little proud of myself for handling it so efficiently, I tested it using the button on the front and a loud beep echoed through the hall, confirming it was working. For the next few days, I hardly thought about it. Life got busy with work, errands, and the usual routines. I passed under the new detector several times a day without giving it a second glance. It became just another part of the house blending into the background like it was supposed to. But then one evening around 8 p.m., something strange caught my attention. I was sitting on the couch flipping through channels on the television when I noticed a tiny red light blinking from the hallway. At first, I thought it might be a reflection or maybe a trick of the light. I stood up and walked closer, narrowing my eyes to see better. Sure enough, a faint red light blinked from the center of the smoke detector, something I had never noticed before. Confused, I went back to the kitchen and grabbed a step stool. I positioned it under the detector and climbed up carefully. At eye level, I could now see what had been invisible from the floor. Behind the small vent holes, there was a lens, unmistakably a camera lens. My heart raced as the realization hit me. I had not installed a smoke detector. I had installed a hidden camera in my own home. For a few seconds, I just stared at it, my mind struggling to catch up with what my eyes were seeing. I thought about all the things I had done around the house since I installed it. All the moments I thought were private. A wave of anger and disgust washed over me. I climbed down, grabbed my phone, and took several photos of the device from different angles. I did not touch it any further. I backed away, feeling sick, and sat on the couch, trying to think clearly. I decided to call the non-emergency police number and report what I had found. The dispatcher listened carefully and told me to stay put while they sent an officer to my house. They advised me not to tamper with the device any more than I already had. Waiting for the officer felt like an eternity. Every creak of the house made me jump. I could not help but wonder who had sent me the fake smoke detector and whether they had been watching me in real time. It was a terrifying thought, one that made my skin crawl. I kept glancing at the ceiling, half expecting it to move or make a sound. About 20 minutes later, there was a knock at the door. I checked through the peephole before opening it. The officer introduced himself and asked me to explain everything from the beginning. I showed him the photos on my phone and pointed out the device. He climbed up on the stool to inspect it himself and confirmed my suspicion. It was definitely a camera disguised as a smoke detector. The officer carefully removed the device from the ceiling and placed it into an evidence bag. He asked if I had the original packaging and receipt. I retrieved them from the kitchen drawer where I had tossed them earlier in the week. He took photos of everything and promised they would open an investigation immediately. He explained that devices like these are often sold through shady online sellers and sometimes get shipped by mistake or intentionally through third parties. He asked if I had noticed anything suspicious lately, any strange cars parked outside or unknown packages arriving. I thought hard but could not recall anything unusual. Everything had seemed normal until that blinking light. The officer recommended that I do a full sweep of the house to make sure there were no other hidden devices. Look, he said it was rare, but it was better to be cautious. He also suggested installing a legitimate security system to protect myself moving forward. After he left, I sat down heavily on the couch, feeling a mixture of fear and relief. I spent the next few hours checking every room in the house. I looked behind picture frames, inside vents, under furniture, anywhere a small camera could be hidden. I even unscrewed the cover plates on the electrical outlets just to be thorough. Thankfully, I found no other devices. Still, the idea that someone had managed to invade my home in such a personal way left me deeply unsettled. The police kept me updated over the next few days. They traced the seller of the device and found out it had come from a disreputable supplier overseas. It appeared that my order had been intercepted somewhere along the way and replaced with the fake device. They assured me that whoever had planted the camera had not accessed any footage as the device needed to be connected to a local network and mine had strong encryption. Knowing that gave me some peace of mind, but I still decided to make some changes. I bought new high-quality smoke detectors from a trusted local store and had a professional install them. I also upgraded my home security system with motion detectors, window sensors, and multiple cameras that fed into a secure app only I could access. It felt empowering to take back control over my own space. I talked to my neighbors about what had happened, and they were just as shocked as I had been. Many of them decided to check their own homes for suspicious devices, and a few even upgraded their security systems, too. But it felt good to know that something positive had come out of the experience, even if it had started so horribly. Weeks passed and the fear that had clung to me began to fade. I stopped jumping at every noise, stopped feeling like invisible eyes were following me. I reclaimed my sense of safety, stronger and more determined than before. I knew now how important it was to be vigilant to protect the sanctity of my home at all costs. The experience taught me a valuable lesson about trust and caution. Just because something seems ordinary does not mean it is. I learned to question, to verify, to take nothing for granted when it came to my personal security. I also learned that I was capable of handling even the most unsettling situations with clarity and strength. At night, when I walked through my home and saw the soft glow of the new trustworthy detectors, I felt a deep sense of pride. I had faced a terrifying invasion of privacy and come out stronger for it. My home was truly mine again, a place of safety and peace. No blinking lights, no hidden lenses, just walls filled with laughter, quiet and life. Story 10. The family reunion had been planned for months, and everyone was excited. I had not seen some of my relatives in years, and the idea of catching up with everyone sounded wonderful. We chose a large rental house near the beach, a perfect spot for barbecues, late-night talks, and shared laughter. When I arrived, the house was already buzzing with activity, children running around, adults preparing food, and music playing softly in the background. It felt good to be there, to be part of something familiar and warm. The first night passed without any problems. We sat around a bonfire sharing stories and reminiscing about old times. I talked with cousins I barely remembered and laughed harder than I had in months. Everyone seemed happy to be together again. And I went to bed that night feeling content. It felt like a rare moment when everything in the world aligned just right. I thought the whole weekend would carry that same joyful energy. The next morning, while helping prepare breakfast, I noticed one of the younger relatives acting strangely. They kept fiddling with their phone, hiding it quickly whenever someone came near. I brushed it off at first, thinking maybe they were just being secretive about texting friends. We were all a little attached to our phones after all. Still, something about the way they acted kept tugging at the back of my mind. I tried not to let it bother me and focused instead on enjoying the day. We spent the afternoon at the beach building sand castles, swimming and playing games. Everyone was relaxed and having fun, but I kept catching glimpses of the same relative lurking nearby, phone in hand. They seemed less interested in participating and more focused on whatever was happening on their screen. I mentioned it casually to another cousin who shrugged it off and joked that teenagers were just glued to their devices. I laughed along but still felt uneasy. Later that evening, while most people were outside grilling, I stayed back inside to help set the tables. I passed by a side room, noticed the same relative sitting alone, hunched over a laptop connected to their phone. Curiosity got the better of me and I watched for a moment from the hallway. What I saw made my stomach drop. On the screen were dozens of video files, each labeled with different names and timestamps from throughout the reunion. At first, I could not believe what I was seeing. My life moved forward full of new experiences and the unshakable knowledge that I could face whatever came my way. Story 8. Being a camp counselor was something I had looked forward to for years. I loved the idea of spending a whole summer outdoors leading activities and helping kids make memories. The camp had a long history and was located deep in the woods, far away from the noise of the city. Every counselor went through a week of training before the campers arrived. We were taught safety procedures, activity planning, and how to handle any emergencies that might happen. When the campers finally showed up, the energy around the camp was incredible. Laughter echoed through the trees and the smell of campfires filled the air every evening. My group of campers was a handful, but they were a good bunch, always excited for hikes, swimming, and arts and crafts. Nights were quieter with counselors rotating shifts for night watch, ensuring that the kids were safe and accounted for. The first few weeks passed without any real problems, and I started to settle into a routine. One night during my turn on night watch, I heard a noise near the tents that sounded out of place. It was not the usual rustling of sleeping campers or small animals in the underbrush. That I brushed it off at first, thinking maybe one of the kids had gotten up to use the bathroom. But when I walked a little closer, I thought I saw a shadow slipping into one of the tents. I froze for a moment, unsure if my tired mind was playing tricks on me. Deciding not to jump to conclusions, I waited quietly nearby, listening. A few minutes later, I saw the figure exit the tent and move silently between the trees. My heart raced as I realized it was not a camper. The person was too tall, too large to be one of the kids. I decided to report it to the camp director in the morning, not wanting to cause panic during the night without proof. The next morning, I approached the camp director privately and explained what I had seen. They listened carefully, but seemed skeptical, suggesting it might have been another counselor checking on the kids. I was told to keep an eye out, but not to worry too much unless it happened again. I left the office feeling uneasy, wondering if I had imagined the whole thing after all. Still, I could not shake the feeling that something was wrong. Over the next few nights, I stayed extra alert during my shifts. I checked on the campers more often, making sure they were all safe and accounted for. Then, 2 nights later, I saw it happen again. This time, the figure moved between 2 different tents, crouching low and slipping inside briefly before moving to the next one. I decided to follow from a safe distance, staying hidden among the trees. I watched as the figure eventually left the tents and made their way toward the staff cabins. I could not see their face clearly in the darkness, but I recognized the shape and the way they moved. It was one of the older staff members, someone who had been working at the camp for years. The next morning, I went straight to the director again, this time insisting that we check the security logs. The camp had a few trail cameras set up near the main paths for wildlife observation and security. Together, we reviewed the footage from the past few nights. Sure enough, there were images of the older staff member moving around the camper areas long after lights out without any official reason. The director's face grew serious as they realized the gravity of the situation. Authorities were contacted immediately and the staff member was removed from the camp that same day. Parents were informed and extra security measures were put in place to reassure everyone that their children were safe. Counselors were instructed to double up for night watches and staff meetings became more frequent to ensure communication stayed open. The campers were not told the full details, only that a staff member had left for personal reasons and that new rules were in place to keep the camp safe. I noticed the atmosphere changed slightly. Counselors were more protective, more aware of where everyone was at all times. The camp director personally thanked me for speaking up and staying vigilant even when my concerns had been doubted at first. As the summer continued, the camp gradually regained its joyful spirit. Campfires were filled with songs and stories again, and the kids returned to their carefree adventures. I felt a deep sense of responsibility every time I looked around at the smiling faces of the campers. I knew how important it was to trust instincts and to always speak up when something felt wrong. By the end of the summer, I had built strong bonds with the campers and my fellow counselors. We had overcome the challenge together and made the camp a better, safer place. During the closing ceremony, as we said goodbye to the kids and their families, I felt proud of the work we had done. I realized that being a counselor was about more than just fun activities. It was about being a protector, a role model, and someone the campers could trust without question. The experience stayed with me long after I packed up my things and left the campgrounds. It taught me to trust my instincts, even when others might hesitate. It showed me the importance of speaking out for those who cannot always speak for themselves. And most of all, it reminded me that doing the right thing is not always easy, but it is always worth it. I promised myself that no matter where life took me, I would always carry that lesson forward. Story 9. Well, it had been a few days since I decided to upgrade the safety features in my home. After reading about the importance of having working smoke detectors, I ordered a new one online from a store that had good reviews. It arrived in a small box, neatly packed with instructions and mounting hardware. I figured it would be a quick project, something I could install without much trouble. That Saturday morning around 10 a.m., I set to work. I chose to install it in the hallway outside my bedroom, thinking it would offer the best coverage. I grabbed my tools from the closet and followed the instructions step by step. Everything seemed straightforward, and it only took me about 15 minutes to mount it on the ceiling. Once it was up, I stood back to admire my work. Feeling a little proud of myself for handling it so efficiently, I tested it using the button on the front and a loud beep echoed through the hall, confirming it was working. For the next few days, I hardly thought about it. Life got busy with work, errands, and the usual routines. I passed under the new detector several times a day without giving it a second glance. It became just another part of the house blending into the background like it was supposed to. But then one evening around 8 p.m., something strange caught my attention. I was sitting on the couch flipping through channels on the television when I noticed a tiny red light blinking from the hallway. At first, I thought it might be a reflection or maybe a trick of the light. I stood up and walked closer, narrowing my eyes to see better. Sure enough, a faint red light blinked from the center of the smoke detector, something I had never noticed before. Confused, I went back to the kitchen and grabbed a step stool. I positioned it under the detector and climbed up carefully. At eye level, I could now see what had been invisible from the floor. Behind the small vent holes, there was a lens, unmistakably a camera lens. My heart raced as the realization hit me. Something I needed to understand. That night, I couldn't stop thinking about the house in the picture. It had always been a place of comfort for me growing up, filled with memories of my family, my childhood. But as I studied the photo again, I noticed something strange in the background of the image, just barely visible. It was a figure standing by the fence. It was too blurry to make out any real details, but the shape seemed familiar, and it sent a chill down my spine. I couldn't place it, but I felt like I had seen that person before. But where? And why was this figure included in a photo of my childhood home? The next day, I decided to drive by my old house. It had been years since I last visited the area, and I wasn't sure what I would find. I drove slowly down the familiar street, my heart pounding as I neared the block where my childhood home had been. As I turned the corner, I almost didn't recognize it. The house was still there, but it looked different. The ivy had been trimmed back, the porch was newly painted, and the yard had been landscaped. It was as if the house had been revitalized, restored to a pristine version of itself. But something about it felt wrong. The house was too perfect, too well kept. It didn't feel like the home I remembered. I parked across the street and stared at it for a long time, my mind racing with unanswered questions. Who had renovated it? Why had it been changed so drastically? And why did I still feel like something was off? I gathered the courage to approach the house. The driveway was empty and no one appeared to be home. As I walked closer, I noticed a small plaque next to the front door. It was old, weathered, and engraved with a name I didn't recognize. The name meant nothing to me, but the presence of the plaque only deepened the mystery. It was as if this house, my childhood home, had become someone else's. The memories I had of it seemed to be fading, slipping away with every passing moment. I reached for the doorbell, but then hesitated. Was it even appropriate for me to ring the doorbell? Would I seem like a stranger trespassing on a place that no longer belonged to me? I stepped back, feeling a mixture of unease and frustration. As I turned to leave, I caught something out of the corner of my eye. A shadow flickered in one of the upstairs windows as if someone was watching me. I froze, my heart racing again. I stood there staring at the window, trying to convince myself that it was just my imagination. But then the shadow moved and I felt a jolt of recognition. It was the same figure from the photo. My breath caught in my throat. Had I been followed? Was this person somehow connected to the photo, to the mysterious album? What did they want? I hurried back to my car, my mind a whirlwind of questions and fear. As I drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone following me, but there was nothing. The street was empty and the house slowly disappeared from view. The only thing left was the lingering sense that something had changed, something I couldn't explain. Later that night, I sat in my living room staring at the photo of my childhood home. The figure in the background had become an obsession. I couldn't shake the feeling that they were tied to something in my past that I had forgotten. I knew I needed answers, but I wasn't sure if I was ready for the truth. I had been hoping to find something comforting, some connection to the past. But now, I wasn't so sure anymore. Story 12. I wasn't really the type to go to parties, but when I was invited to a pool party by someone I knew through work, but I thought it might be a good chance to meet new people and have some fun. The invite seemed harmless enough: come for the pool, stay for the drinks, and just have a good time. It wasn't something I'd usually say yes to, but I figured it would be a break from the usual routine. I debated for a bit, but finally decided to go. The weather was perfect, and I thought maybe a change of pace would do me some good. I arrived at the house around 8 p.m., greeted by loud music and laughter spilling from the open patio doors. The host, a person I'd only spoken to a few times at work, smiled and waved as he welcomed me inside. The house was large, modern, and had an impressive pool area. People were gathered in groups, some lounging by the pool, others in the water, and a few sitting around tables with drinks. The atmosphere felt relaxed, yet there was a buzz of excitement in the air. I slipped into the pool area and joined a few people who were sitting on the edge with their feet in the water. Everyone seemed friendly enough, and I began to feel more at ease. Drinks were being passed around and people were chatting about everything from work to recent movies. But the night was warm and the soft glow of the lights reflected off the water, making everything seem almost dreamlike. I wasn't sure how much time had passed, but I was starting to enjoy myself more than I expected. Around 10 o'clock p.m., the music shifted to something quieter, and the host made a sudden announcement. He stood by the pool, clinking a glass to get everyone's attention. "All right, everyone. I know we're having a good time, but I've got something special planned for tonight," he said with a grin. It wasn't uncommon for party hosts to have a surprise or two, so I didn't think much of it at first, but the way he said it made me feel like something more unusual was about to happen. He went on to explain that for the next few hours, we would all be part of a bonding experience where we weren't allowed to leave or make any phone calls until 3 a.m. At first, I thought it was a joke. Maybe some sort of quirky game or team-building exercise. But as he looked around the room, his expression didn't change. It was clear he was serious. "No one leaves. No one calls anyone. If you need something, come to me and we'll handle it," he said firmly. There was a moment of silence followed by murmurs among the guests that I felt uneasy. It seemed a little strange to impose such a rule on a social event, and I wasn't sure if it was part of the vibe of the party or if the host was just being weird. A few people seemed uncomfortable, but most went along with it. After all, it was just a few hours, right? Still, the thought of being stuck at a party for hours with no contact to the outside world felt unnerving. The more I thought about it, the less I liked the idea. But everyone else seemed to be shrugging it off. So I did the same and tried to relax again. As the evening wore on, the rules seemed to become more ingrained. The host and his friends began patrolling the exits, making sure no one could leave without permission. I watched as some people tried to step outside for a breath of fresh air, only to be ushered back inside by the host staff. It was as if the energy of the party shifted from carefree fun to something much more controlled. I noticed that a few people who had been drinking seemed to have started to get frustrated by the restriction, but no one spoke up. It was nearing midnight and the poolside had grown quieter. Some people had retreated inside to the living room where the atmosphere had become more subdued. There was still music playing, but it was much softer now. A few people were playing cards while others sat on the couches in silence, probably wondering what was going on. My stomach churned as I glanced around, feeling increasingly uneasy about the whole situation. I had an overwhelming urge to leave. But something was stopping me. The thought of the host's strict rules kept echoing in my mind. Around 1 a.m., the tension in the air had become palpable. People had started to speak in hushed tones, and a few looked like they were trying to discreetly send text messages. But whenever the host caught anyone on their phone, he would quickly step in and take the device reminding them of the rules. I couldn't help but feel trapped. I thought about trying to sneak a call or send a message to someone outside, but the idea of getting caught and facing the host's wrath kept me from making a move. It was starting to feel less like a party and more like an experiment. By 2 a.m., I could feel the walls closing in. A group of people near the pool had started to get restless, exchanging glances that were full of unease. I overheard a conversation between two people discussing whether they could somehow leave or if they had to wait until 3 a.m. It was clear that others were beginning to feel the same way I did. The excitement of the party had long since evaporated, and now we were all just stuck in this weird situation with no clear way out. I decided that I couldn't take it anymore. I walked toward the host, who was standing by the door watching everyone carefully. I wasn't sure what I was going to say, but I knew I needed to leave. As I approached, he turned and smiled, his eyes gleaming with an almost unsettling intensity. "Everything all right?" he asked as if everything was perfectly normal. My stomach twisted, but I smiled and nodded, trying to hide my growing panic. I was just wondering. I began if we could leave before 3 a.m. "I have to get up early tomorrow." He gave me a knowing look, and for a moment I thought he was going to dismiss me. But then he leaned in slightly, his smile widening. "You can leave whenever you want, of course," he said, but the way he said it made me feel like there was an underlying threat hidden beneath his words. "But remember, once you leave, you're leaving behind the experience. You won't be part of what happens after 3 a.m. His words sent a chill through me. I wasn't sure what he meant, but the way he said it sounded ominous. I backed away slowly, trying to hide the anxiety I was feeling. The last thing I wanted was to get into some sort of confrontation. So, I decided to wait it out. but the idea of staying until 3 a.m. trapped in the strange environment was becoming unbearable. As the clock ticked toward the witching hour, I decided I had had enough. At 2:50 a.m., I grabbed my things and made my way toward the door, trying to move quietly through the crowd. The host's eyes followed me, but he didn't stop me this time. When I stepped outside, the fresh air hit me like a wave of relief. I didn't look back as I hurried to my car and drove off, not stopping until I was miles away. When I finally got home, I realized how fortunate I was to have escaped. I had no idea what kind of experience the host had been offering, but I was certain it wasn't something I wanted to be a part of. I felt like I had narrowly avoided something much worse. The next day, I heard rumors that the host had been known for pulling strange stunts like this in the past, and I was grateful I had trusted my instincts to leave when I did. I'd never attend another party like that again, no matter the invitation. Story 13. It was supposed to be a quick and relaxing session. After a long day, I had decided to unwind in the gym sauna. It was part of my usual routine. A few minutes in the dry heat always helped me clear my mind and ease away the stress. I walked into the sauna, the warm air wrapping around me, and closed the door behind me. The quiet hum of the air conditioning outside and the subtle smell of wood inside created a peaceful ambience. I didn't think much of it when I noticed the gym was almost empty that evening. There were only a couple of people in the workout area and the front desk was quiet. It felt peaceful in a way, almost like I had the place to myself. I sat down on the wooden bench, leaning back to relax, letting the warmth from the sauna sink into my muscles. It was just a typical day, nothing out of the ordinary. But as time passed, I started feeling a little more heat than I was used to. At first, I thought it was just my body adjusting, but it kept getting warmer, much warmer. But the heat began to feel almost suffocating. I opened my eyes and glanced toward the small window, but the dim light inside the sauna made it hard to gauge how much time had passed. I figured I'd leave soon, but it wasn't unbearable yet. As the minutes dragged on, I found myself becoming uncomfortable. The warmth that had once felt soothing was now oppressive, making my skin feel hot and sticky. I tried to ignore it, assuming it was just my imagination. But then I realized the temperature was rising steadily, and it wasn't the usual dry heat I was accustomed to. It was becoming dangerously hot, almost uncomfortably so. I stood up to open the door, but it didn't budge. The handle wouldn't turn. My pulse quickened as I pushed harder against the door, trying to force it open. Panic slowly began to creep in. How was I locked in here? I looked around, searching for something. Anything that could explain why the door was stuck. I tried pressing the button near the wall that was supposed to alert someone, but nothing happened. The heat kept climbing. It wasn't just uncomfortable now. It was starting to feel like I was being baked alive. My breath became short and I could feel myself sweating more than usual. The air felt thicker, heavier, and it was getting harder to breathe. Every time I tried to focus on staying calm, my mind spiraled further into panic. I knocked on the door, hoping someone would hear me and come to my aid. But no one came. The sauna room felt smaller as the temperature rose, and it felt like the walls were closing in. My skin flushed red from the heat, and I could feel myself becoming dizzy. The thought of staying inside much longer became unbearable. I started banging on the door with both fists, shouting, but the sound barely echoed over the constant hum of the sauna's heat. I couldn't hear anything outside, and I had no idea if anyone was even aware that I was trapped. My phone left in my locker seemed like an eternity away. I remembered hearing about the dangers of extreme heat and how quickly things could escalate, but I didn't want to panic. But the longer I stayed in the sauna, the more real my fear became. It felt like a fight against time and my own body's growing discomfort. Desperation began to set in, and I forced myself to stay calm, but the situation was quickly becoming life-threatening. I knew that if I didn't find a way out soon, I could be seriously harmed. I attempted the door again, this time with all my strength, but it still wouldn't open. It was as though something was actively preventing me from leaving. My mind raced, trying to think of any way to escape. Could I break the glass? Could I signal for help through the window? But there was nothing I could do. The sauna's temperature had reached unbearable levels, and my body was starting to react. I felt faint, my vision starting to blur as the heat overwhelmed me. My breath became shallow and I felt a tingling sensation in my arms and legs. My body was overheating faster than I could control. I knew I had to do something before it was too late. With the last bit of energy I had, I made one more attempt to force open the door. I slammed my shoulder against it, but it barely budged. I was running out of time. The heat was becoming suffocating. I felt lightheaded and dizzy, struggling to hold on to any sense of awareness. Every movement felt sluggish, and my heart raced as I realized just how close I was to losing consciousness. Just as I thought I could take no more, I heard a distant sound. The faint click of a door opening. Someone was finally coming. I mustered all the strength I had left, shouting, banging on the door again, desperate for help. I tried to focus on the sound, praying it wasn't just my mind playing tricks on me. And then, like a lifeline, I heard a voice calling out, telling me they had found the problem. Someone had finally noticed I was trapped. The door opened, and the rush of cooler air was a relief like nothing I had ever felt. I staggered out of the sauna, my body trembling from the shock of the heat and my close call. The staff member who had come to my aid quickly guided me to a nearby bench, offering me water and checking to make sure I was okay. My skin was beet red and I could barely stand, but I was alive. I tried to gather my thoughts, still processing what had just happened. The staff member explained that the sauna's temperature controls had malfunctioned and someone had turned up the heat all the way. It wasn't intentional, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The heat had been turned up to extreme levels, far beyond what should have been safe. The situation felt almost too deliberate, too dangerous for it to have been just an accident. In the days that followed, I received an apology from the gym management. They assured me that the issue had been fixed and they offered me a free membership as compensation, but no amount of apologies could erase the fear I had felt. The close call had shaken me more than I realized, and I couldn't shake the suspicion that someone might have been involved in intentionally locking me in. I thought about it constantly, trying to rationalize everything that had happened. Perhaps it had been a mistake, a simple malfunction, but the timing was odd. What if someone had noticed I was in there and decided to play a dangerous prank? The possibilities ran through my mind, and I couldn't help but feel uneasy every time I walked into the gym. In the end, I decided to take a break from the sauna. I couldn't shake the memory of the suffocating heat and the panic that set in when I realized I was trapped. I had survived, but the fear and uncertainty lingered. I didn't want to live in constant fear, but I also knew I would never forget that feeling of being trapped, helpless, and close to losing everything. It was a reminder of how quickly things could go wrong. How a simple trip to the gym could have turned into something far more dangerous. Story 14. It had been a slow day, so I was casually browsing through some local listings when I came across a missing pet flyer posted online. The message was urgent, describing a small black and white cat that had gone missing a few days prior. The owner left their contact information, offering a reward for anyone who could help find their pet. I figured I might as well keep an eye out, and I saved the flyer, not thinking much of it. The next morning, I was out running errands when I saw the same flyer pinned to a telephone pole in the neighborhood. The cat's picture looked so familiar. I had seen a similar cat roaming near my house a few days ago. Without thinking, I reached out to the number listed on the flyer, asking if the cat had been found. I didn't expect to hear anything back right away, but I was hoping my quick observation might help. To my surprise, I received a reply within an hour. The person thanked me for reaching out and seemed eager for any information I could provide. But I told them I had seen a cat matching the description recently near my home and I was wondering if they were still looking for it. The person seemed hopeful and they asked me if I could check around my area for the missing animal. I agreed, planning to take a walk later that day to see if I could spot it again. Later that afternoon, I set out with a sense of purpose. I walked through the neighborhood, my eyes scanning every bush and tree. I had hoped to spot the cat again so I could help reunite it with its owner. After about an hour, I found nothing. I decided to head back home and report my findings. When I called, I told the person I hadn't found the cat, but I would keep an eye out. I didn't expect what happened next. They immediately asked me if I was sure the cat wasn't with me. Confused, I said that I didn't have the cat and had just been looking around. The person grew increasingly insistent, accusing me of hiding their pet. I was taken aback. "Why would I have your cat?" I asked, trying to stay calm. "I just saw a cat that looked like the one in your flyer, and I thought I could help." But they were adamant, repeating that I had the cat and that I was refusing to return it. I felt my stomach tighten. The accusation was so strange and unfounded. I tried to explain that I didn't have the animal, but it was clear they didn't believe me. They said they had been checking the neighborhood and were certain the cat had been in my yard recently. The entire conversation began to feel more like an interrogation than an attempt to find a lost pet. I spent the rest of the evening trying to shake off the conversation. It was unsettling to think someone might believe I was hiding their cat, especially when I had no idea what they were talking about. But still, I decided I would do the right thing and look around again. I checked my yard and the surrounding area, but I saw no sign of any cat. Everything seemed normal. The next day, I tried calling the person again to update them, hoping they would see reason. When I called, they picked up right away, but their tone had changed. Now, they were accusing me of deliberately lying. They said I knew exactly where their cat was and that I was deliberately keeping it from them. I tried to explain that I didn't even have the cat, let alone hide it. But the person was relentless, saying things like, "I know it's you. I can feel it. Why won't you just admit it?" This went on for a few more days with them calling at all hours, demanding I tell them where the cat was. They were becoming more aggressive, sending messages late into the night, accusing me of things I hadn't done. I tried to ignore the calls and messages, but the persistence wore me down. I started feeling like I was being watched, even though I knew that was impossible. It was a strange growing paranoia that crept into my life. Finally, I decided to take action. I contacted the local authorities to explain the situation. They told me that the person was likely going through a difficult time and suggested I document everything. The more I thought about it, the more I realized this person wasn't just worried about a missing pet. Something about their behavior felt off, like they were projecting something onto me, something that wasn't real. I kept a detailed record of the calls and messages, making sure to report every instance of harassment. The police said they would check in on the situation, but I felt like I was caught in a never-ending loop. It wasn't just about a missing pet anymore. It was about someone who had turned their fear and desperation into accusations that felt more personal than anything else. One evening, after another series of increasingly strange messages, I received a knock on my door. I opened it to find a man standing there, someone I hadn't seen before. He asked if I had seen a black and white cat, and when I said I hadn't, he seemed disappointed, but not surprised. He explained that he was the pet owner's brother and had come by to talk in person. The conversation was tense, but he seemed more reasonable than the person I had been talking to. He apologized for the strange phone calls and messages, explaining that his sibling had been under a lot of stress lately due to personal issues. The cat was in fact missing and his sibling had become obsessed with finding it, but it was clear that their obsession had led them to make wild accusations without thinking clearly. After we spoke, I felt a sense of relief. Though I also felt sad for the person who had gone through so much that they couldn't see reason. The brother promised he would speak to them about how their behavior had affected others and try to get them some help. I appreciated the apology, but the entire experience had left me shaken. In the days that followed, the calls stopped. The person never reached out again and I never saw the cat. I don't know what happened to it, but I hope it found its way home. I also hope the person received the support they needed to work through their distress. But as for me, I learned an important lesson about compassion and the complexities of human emotions. Sometimes fear can drive people to do and say things they wouldn't normally do, but that doesn't make it any less hurtful. And while I was glad the situation was resolved, I couldn't help but feel a lingering sadness for the person who had once thought I was hiding their beloved pet. Story 15. I had worked at the diner for months, a place that never really slept. The night crowd was usually a mix of truck drivers, insomniacs, and anyone else who needed something warm to fill the void of their late hours. The diner was small with cracked vinyl booths and a counter that creaked with every movement. Despite the simple setup, it had a certain charm, and I had become a regular part of its heartbeat. It was just another night, the usual hum of clinking silverware and soft chatter filling the air as I wiped down tables and took orders. The night had started like any other. I was stationed behind the counter, flipping pancakes, stirring coffee, and making sure the kitchen ran smoothly. The diner had a cozy, almost melancholic vibe at night. The lights were always a little dim, the hum of the fridge in the back providing a steady soundtrack. At around 2 a.m., the diner had a lull, where customers slowly filtered out, and the ones who remained kept to themselves. I was used to this quiet time, knowing it was only a matter of hours before the morning rush would begin. It was during this quiet period that I noticed him. He was seated in a booth near the back, hunched over a piece of paper. I couldn't make out what he was doing, but he was scribbling quickly. There was something about his presence that felt odd, almost out of place, though I couldn't quite put my finger on it. I went about my business, delivering coffee refills and checking on other tables. But every now and then, I glanced in his direction. His focus was entirely on the paper, his pen moving in swift, deliberate strokes. When he stood to leave, I didn't think much of it. It was late and I was busy cleaning the counter. He slipped out quietly, barely making a sound as he walked past me and out the door. It was only after he left that I noticed the napkin left behind on the table, crumpled but still somewhat intact. I picked it up, intending to toss it when I saw the drawing. It was a rough sketch of my face, though distorted in a way that made it unsettling. The eyes were exaggerated, the features too sharp, almost too intense. And beneath the drawing, in thick, hurried letters, was a single word, soon. A chill ran down my spine as I stared at the napkin. It was so simple, so vague, but the word soon left me uneasy. It wasn't the first time someone had drawn or written strange things at the diner, but this felt different. I couldn't help but wonder if I had somehow been targeted. What did it mean? Was it a threat or just some strange coincidence? I shoved a napkin into my pocket, trying to push the feeling away, but I couldn't shake it. For the next few hours, I couldn't stop thinking about the drawing. I tried to distract myself with work, but the word kept echoing in my mind. Soon for what? I tried to brush it off as some weird random thing, but my instincts told me something was off. I was alone in the diner at this time of night, and the thought that someone might be watching me made my skin crawl. The napkin felt like a sign, though I wasn't sure what it was a sign of. By the time my shift ended at 6 a.m., I was exhausted but unsettled. I didn't know how to interpret the drawing, and that lack of clarity gnawed at me. I left the diner, locking the door behind me and heading to my car. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting someone to be following me, but there was nothing. The streets were empty, the world outside quiet and dark. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I told myself it was nothing, just a weird coincidence, but it didn't feel that way. The following days were a blur of fatigue and anxiety. I tried to forget about the napkin, but every time I closed my eyes, I saw the drawing again. The unsettling face, the word soon haunting me. I started to feel like I was being watched, though I couldn't pinpoint why. Every time I heard a car drive by or saw a figure in the distance, my heart would race. My mind began to play tricks on me, and I found myself double-checking the locks on my door at night and glancing over my shoulder whenever I went out. Then, a week later, it happened again. I was working the late shift once more when I saw him. The man from before sitting at the same booth in the back, scribbling on a napkin. My heart skipped a beat as I saw him glance up, locking eyes with me for a brief moment before quickly looking away. I tried to act normal, refilling coffee cups and chatting with customers. But every time I passed his booth, my gaze would flicker to the napkin he was writing on. It felt like something was building up, like some inevitable moment was approaching. As the night wore on, the diner slowly emptied, and he remained, still hunched over the napkin. I was getting more and more anxious, my hands shaking as I wiped down tables and cleared plates. Finally, he stood up to leave as quietly as before, and I breathed a small sigh of relief. But then I saw it. He had left another napkin behind. This time there was no drawing, But the word soon was written again, more boldly, more definitively. I felt a jolt of fear. I had no idea what it meant, but it didn't feel like a coincidence anymore. I looked at the clock. It was nearly 3 a.m. My shift was almost over, and the thought of staying in the diner alone with that feeling creeping over me made my skin crawl. I grabbed the napkin and stuffed it into my pocket, hoping the next few minutes would pass quickly. As the last customer left, I locked the doors and went into the back to prepare for closing. But before I could get too far, I heard a soft knock on the window. My heart raced as I turned to see the man standing outside looking at me with that same intense stare. He didn't wave, didn't gesture, just stood there. I couldn't tell if he was waiting for something or if he was just watching me. A cold sweat broke out on the back of my neck, and for the first time in a long while, I backed away from the window slowly, my mind racing with what to do next. I had no idea if he had any ill intentions, but the feeling in my gut told me something was wrong. I grabbed my phone, hands shaking, and dialed 911. The dispatcher answered immediately, and I quickly explained the situation, asking them to send someone over. I wasn't sure what he wanted, but I didn't want to take any chances. By the time the police arrived, the man had disappeared, leaving no trace of where he went. The officers searched the area around the diner, but he was nowhere to be found. They advised me to stay alert and promised to keep an eye on things for the next few nights. They also took a report on the incident and told me to call if anything else happened. I never saw him again, but the unease lingered. I kept working at the diner, but I was always looking over my shoulder, always checking for signs that something wasn't right. The words soon never left my mind. But over time, the fear faded, replaced by a quiet vigilance. I continued to do my job, but the experience taught me to never ignore my instincts. It was a reminder that not all things were as they seemed, and sometimes the most unsettling things could be left behind on the smallest of napkins. It's story 16. The sun was still low in the sky when I met up with the group at the trailhead. There were a few familiar faces, but mostly I didn't know anyone. Hiking had always been a peaceful way for me to connect with nature, to clear my head and enjoy some solitude while being part of a shared experience. That day, the air was fresh, crisp with the promise of a warm afternoon, and the trail was framed by tall trees that whispered in the breeze. I felt excited and ready for the adventure. The group leader, a person who had led hikes before, gave a brief introduction and explained the planned route. It was a moderate trail, not too strenuous, but long enough to give us a good workout and plenty of scenic views. Everyone seemed eager, chatting excitedly as we began walking. We started off together, moving at a steady pace, and I was content to listen to the sounds of the forest as we walked deeper into the wilderness. As we walked, I found myself beside someone I hadn't met before. They were quiet at first, but gradually they started up a conversation. I was glad for the company. They seemed friendly, asking about my past hiking experiences and sharing some of their own stories. We fell into an easy rhythm, walking side by side, talking about everything from favorite trails to the best camping spots. A few hours into the hike, we reached a fork in the trail. Most of the group stopped to take a break, but this person beside me suggested we go off the main path for a more scenic route. They seemed so confident about it, their voice calm and reassuring. I was hesitant at first, but the thought of seeing something new, something not everyone else was experiencing, was too tempting to ignore. I agreed, figuring it would be a short detour and we'd rejoin the group soon enough. The path we took was narrower, overgrown with brush, and not marked on the map the leader had handed out. But the person leading me was quick, moving ahead with purpose. At first, I thought it was just an alternate path that the group leader hadn't met and mentioned. Maybe a shortcut or a hidden spot known to the more experienced hikers. The surroundings were beautiful in a wild, untouched way, and I began to relax into the peace of being away from the group. We continued on for what felt like a while, but the trail started to disappear. I noticed that we hadn't seen anyone else in a while, and the distant sounds of the group faded. I asked if we were going to catch up with them soon, but the person just smiled and said that the best views were further ahead. I wasn't entirely convinced, but I didn't want to seem overly cautious or spoil the mood, so I kept walking, trying to enjoy the moment. The trail became increasingly difficult to follow. We were climbing up rocky terrain, pushing through thick vegetation. The person ahead seemed unbothered, leading the way as if they knew exactly where they were going. I, on the other hand, began to feel a sense of unease. Something wasn't right. The path had become almost non-existent, and I hadn't seen a single marker in a long time. When I mentioned that we should turn back, the person responded coolly, saying that we were close to a hidden viewpoint that was worth the effort. They reassured me that we'd be back on track in no time. My instincts were screaming at me to stop, to turn around, but I didn't want to be rude or seem paranoid. I followed them, even as a tight knot of anxiety began to form in my stomach. There was no clear reason to be worried yet, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was getting further from where I should be. We climbed higher and the trees thinned out. The landscape shifted and I began to notice the quiet, the kind of silence that felt unnatural. I hadn't heard the group in a long time. My companion was still moving ahead, but when I called out to ask how much farther it would be, they didn't respond. I quickened my pace, catching up to them. But to my surprise, when I reached the spot where they had been, they were gone. The trail was empty. I called out, but there was no answer. The panic started to set in. The realization hit me like a wavy was alone, completely alone in an unfamiliar part of the wilderness. I checked my phone, but of course, there was no signal. I had no idea where the group was, and the only person who had been with me was nowhere to be found. I stood there for a moment trying to calm myself, but every instinct told me to move to get back to where I could find help. I turned around, hoping to retrace my steps, but everything looked different now. The landmarks I had passed on the way up were no longer visible. The once familiar terrain had become an unrecognizable maze of rocks and undergrowth. I called out again, louder this time, but there was nothing. The only sounds were the distant calls of birds and the rustling of the wind. I was lost. Panic set in, but I knew I had to stay calm. I forced myself to breathe, taking slow, steady breaths. I remembered the basic survival skills I'd learned during past hikes. Stay put. Conserve energy. Don't waste resources. But it was hard to think clearly. I wasn't just lost. He had been led off the main trail intentionally by someone who had disappeared without a trace. The reality of the situation felt heavier with each passing moment. I started to move cautiously, trying to follow the path I thought I had taken, but it was no use. The trees looked different, the rocks unfamiliar. I was completely turned around. I knew the only chance I had was to find my way back to the trailhead, but I had no idea in which direction that was. I tried to remember the route I had taken with the group, but the more I thought about it, the more it seemed like the memories were slipping away, like the hike was becoming a blur. After what felt like hours, I finally stopped, exhausted and thirsty. I had no idea how far I had wandered, but I knew I needed to get help soon. The sun was starting to dip lower in the sky, and the reality of being out there alone after dark was not something I wanted to face. I found a small clearing, took a deep breath, and shouted for help, hoping someone from the group would hear me. My voice echoed through the trees, but there was no response. Just as I was about to give up and sit down, I heard the sound of footsteps in the distance. I strained to listen, my heart racing, but the footsteps grew louder and then I saw a movement figure emerging from the trees. I froze, not sure whether to feel relief or fear. But when the figure came into view, I recognized the familiar faces of the group, including the leader. The group had been searching for me, calling my name, and eventually they had heard my cries. It turned out that I had wandered much farther than I realized. The leader explained that the person who had led me off the trail was a known troublemaker, someone who had been kicked off previous hikes for similar behavior. They had probably intended to get me lost or worse, but fortunately, I had managed to stay calm and find my way back. I was shaken, but incredibly grateful to be found. As we made our way back to the trailhead, I couldn't help but reflect on how close I had come to something far more dangerous. I had been led off track, but my instincts had kept me alive. It was a harsh reminder of how quickly things can go wrong, but also a lesson in the importance of trusting myself, even when others try to mislead me. The hike ended with relief and gratitude, and I vowed never to let my guard down again. Story 17. Well, I had always enjoyed babysitting. It was an easy job, mostly involving keeping kids entertained and making sure they were safe while their parents were out. I had taken care of several children over the years. And I liked the routine of it all. The pay was decent, and it was always nice to know that the parents trusted me to look after their kids while they went about their evening. However, there was one night that changed my perception of babysitting forever. It started like any other evening. I arrived at the house a little before 6 p.m. as I always did. The parents were already preparing to leave for their evening out, giving me a rundown of the child's bedtime routine, what snacks to offer, and what shows they like to watch. The child, a boy around 6 years old, was cheerful and excited, eager to show me his new toys. After the parents left, I settled in, playing with him for a while before we sat down to dinner. The house was large, much bigger than the ones I usually babysat in. The rooms were spacious with high ceilings and large windows, giving the house an almost cold, impersonal feeling. The boy seemed to enjoy the house, especially the games room with its collection of board games and a huge flat-screen television. I made a mental note to make sure he went to bed on time as his parents had asked, but for now, I enjoyed the easygoing evening with him. As the night wore on, I noticed something odd. The house was eerily quiet, even when the boy was laughing and playing with his toys. At one point when I was in the kitchen preparing a snack, I glanced up at the wall and I thought I saw something that made my heart skip a beat. There was a small dark spot on the wall, the kind of thing you might miss if you weren't paying attention. It was situated just above the level of the countertops and looked almost like a mirror. But as I squinted at it, I realized that it wasn't a mirror. It was a two-way mirror. A chill ran down my spine. I quickly turned my attention back to the child, trying to push the unsettling feeling to the back of my mind. I told myself it was just a coincidence, something my mind had exaggerated in the quiet of the large house. But the more I thought about it, the more it seemed impossible to ignore. Why would there be a two-way mirror in a kitchen of all places? It was a detail that shouldn't have been there. I told myself I was imagining things. It was possible that it was just a regular mirror and I was reading too much into it. But as the evening wore on, the idea of the mirror kept coming back to me. I began to feel increasingly uncomfortable, especially when I noticed that the boy wasn't looking directly at me as much. It was subtle, but it felt like he was avoiding my gaze or maybe just acting more distant than usual. Later, when I was helping the child get ready for bed, I found myself feeling paranoid. Every time I turned around, I thought I caught a glimpse of someone in the reflection of the mirror. At first, I brushed it off as my own nerves getting the best of me. But then something happened that made my blood run cold. As I tucked the boy into bed and turned to leave the room, I saw a figure standing behind the two-way mirror. I froze, staring at it in disbelief. There was no mistaking it. The figure in the reflection was watching me. I didn't move for a long moment, just staring, trying to process what I was seeing. The figure didn't move, didn't make a sound. It was like it was waiting for me to react. My heart was racing and every instinct I had told me to leave, to grab the boy and get out of the house. But I couldn't. I had no idea what I was dealing with. Finally, I mustered the courage to step closer to the wall to examine the mirror more closely. I felt my stomach churn as I approached, hoping that it was some kind of misunderstanding. But when I reached the spot on the wall, there was no doubt. The mirror was perfectly placed, designed so that whoever was on the other side could watch the entire room, and there was no way I could have known unless I had been paying attention. It was only then that I realized I had been watched the entire evening. I stood there staring at the mirror trying to make sense of it. How long had this been going on? How many times had I been watched without realizing it? I didn't want to think about it. Didn't want to imagine that the parents had installed it, that they had been watching me without my knowledge. But the longer I stood there, the more it seemed like the only explanation. My mind raced as I thought about the subtle signs, the quiet, the eerie atmosphere, and the boy's distant behavior. Had he known? Fine. Had he been part of this all along? I didn't know what to do. I couldn't call the parents. They were out enjoying their night, and I had no way of proving what I had seen. I thought about calling the police, but I didn't know how to explain it. What could I say? that I had found a two-way mirror in the house and was being watched. I couldn't even begin to describe how strange it all felt. It wasn't enough to warrant an investigation, or at least I didn't think it was. I decided I had to leave. I had to get out of there no matter what. But I couldn't just leave the child alone. What if they were waiting for me to leave so they could do something to him? The thought made my skin crawl, and I quickly made a plan. I would take the boy with me out of the house and into the safety of the outside world. The parents could deal with whatever strange game they were playing when they returned. I gently woke the child from his sleep, whispering to him to stay quiet and follow me. His eyes were wide with confusion, but he listened to me, not asking questions. I grabbed my phone, hoping I could call for help. But the signal was weak and I couldn't get through to anyone. I didn't have time to waste. I led the boy down the stairs and toward the door, every step feeling like it was taking me further away from safety. When I reached the front door, I grabbed the handle, ready to flee into the night. But before I could open it, I heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps behind me. I turned quickly, my heart pounding in my chest, but no one was there. The house seemed to be holding its breath, every sound amplified by the stillness. With my hand still on the door handle, I made the decision. I would leave the child's safety in the hands of whoever was watching. I opened the door and ran out, the cold night air hitting my face like a slap. I didn't stop until I reached my car, where I quickly locked the doors and sat there gasping for breath. The next day, I called the parents explaining that something felt off, but I didn't mention the two-way mirror. I wasn't sure what I had seen or if I had imagined it all, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I had narrowly escaped something dangerous. I never babysat for them again, and I never spoke to them after that night. Some experiences stay with you, lingering long after they're over. That night would be one of them. Story 18. I had always been skeptical about speed dating events, but when a friend invited me to one, I decided to go along. She assured me that it was going to be a fun night, a chance to meet new people, and possibly find someone interesting. I wasn't expecting anything serious. I just thought it would be a light-hearted way to spend a Saturday evening. The venue was a trendy lounge that had been booked for the event. And when I arrived, I noticed how stylish and modern the place was. A large sign near the entrance read "Dating and Experimenting Connections." I didn't think much of it at first, but the word experiment stuck in my mind is a bit odd. As I walked in, the atmosphere was buzzing with people. The lights were dim and there was soft music playing in the background. The room was filled with strangers milling about, chatting nervously and sipping drinks. I checked in at the registration desk, where they handed me a name tag and a small card with a number on it. It wasn't the kind of speed dating event I expected. There were no tables with chairs arranged in neat rows. No clear sign of where to go. Instead, I was ushered into a large open space with no real structure except for a few scattered seating areas. The event organizers, who were dressed in black and seemed oddly formal, explained that the format would be different from traditional speed dating. We weren't going to be sitting across from each other for brief timed conversations. Instead, they called it an experiment where people would rotate and engage in various activities designed to push the boundaries of normal dating interactions. They told us the goal was to connect deeply, and the more we participated in the activities, the more points we would earn. It sounded intriguing, so I decided to go along with it. The first activity was a simple icebreaker where everyone had to find someone they hadn't spoken to yet and introduce themselves. I found someone who seemed friendly enough, and we exchanged a few basic facts about ourselves. It was clear that people were nervous, unsure of what to expect next. After a few minutes of small talk, we were told to move on to the next activity. It felt a little forced, but I assumed it was just part of the process, but then things began to take a strange turn. The next activity involved a set of envelopes placed on a table. Each envelope contained a question, and we were instructed to pick one and then find a partner to discuss it with. I opened my envelope and read the question aloud. What would you do if you were locked in a room with someone you just met? It seemed like a bizarre question for a dating event, but I gave a light-hearted answer, hoping to ease the awkward tension. The person I was paired with gave a similar response, something about sharing a laugh and making the best of a weird situation. But then after about 5 minutes of discussion, the lights in the room flickered and then went out completely. A few people gasped, but it wasn't long before emergency lights kicked in, casting a dim red glow over the room. Everyone seemed confused, but no one panicked. That was until a voice echoed from the speakers above. The voice calmly explained that there had been a small technical issue and that we would need to remain in the room for a while longer. It was phrased as if it were a minor inconvenience, but something in the tone of the announcement made me uneasy. The organizers, still in their black attire, started to move around more briskly, keeping to the shadows as they whispered to each other. The atmosphere shifted from light-hearted to tense, and the hum of quiet chatter began to fade as people exchanged nervous glances. At that moment, I noticed the doors to the room were locked. I tried not to panic, assuming it was just part of the experiment they had mentioned earlier. Maybe they were trying to simulate a sense of being trapped or isolated to see how people would react under pressure. But when the organizers didn't return to explain the situation and the other guests began whispering anxiously, I realized that something wasn't right. The red emergency lights continued to flicker on and off, and the low hum of the air conditioning system was the only sound in the room. I walked over to the doors and tried the handle, only to find that they wouldn't budge. The locks were secure, and no one outside seemed to be responding. A feeling of dread began to settle in as I realized that we were truly trapped. I walked back into the center of the room looking for someone to ask for an explanation. One of the other guests, a woman who seemed particularly agitated, approached me and asked if I had noticed how the staff had been acting strangely. I hadn't thought much of it before, but now that she mentioned it, I started to pay closer attention. The organizers weren't even acknowledging the growing anxiety in the room. Some people started banging on the doors, shouting for help, but no one came to our aid. The unease among the guests was palpable, and it was clear that no one knew what was going on. As the minutes stretched into what felt like hours, the organizers finally returned, but their demeanor had changed. They no longer seemed professional or composed. One of them, a tall man with an unnervingly calm expression, addressed the group. He explained that the experiment was designed to test how people reacted in situations of stress and isolation. It was supposed to help us find deeper connections, but it became obvious that this was no longer just a dating event. It was a psychological experiment, one that we hadn't agreed to. Panic began to set in among the guests as they realized they were part of something much darker than a simple speed dating event. Some of the attendees started to demand to be let out, but the organizers simply ignored them. They acted as though this was all part of the plan and that any discomfort we were feeling was merely a natural reaction to the test. The more they spoke, the more I felt like I was trapped in a sick game. People started to shout, some crying, others demanding their phones, but it was clear no one was getting out until they decided we were finished. The minutes stretched on and what started as an uncomfortable situation became unbearable. I could see the fear in the eyes of the others. And the more I tried to reason with the organizers, the more I realized there was no reasoning with them. This wasn't just about making connections. It was about testing limits. I felt my heart racing, but I forced myself to stay calm. I began to look for any possible way out, scanning the room for windows, vents, or any other means of escape. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the doors suddenly unlocked. The red emergency lights flickered one last time before going dark, and the normal lights returned. The staff didn't explain anything further. They simply stood aside and allowed everyone to leave. I didn't know whether to be relieved or horrified. As I stepped out into the cool night air, I looked around to see that the other guests were also leaving in silence. Some walking quickly, others still in shock. I never found out exactly what the organizers had planned or what the true purpose of the event was. But I knew one thing for certain. I would never trust an invitation like that again. The feeling of being manipulated and controlled was something I would never forget. As I walked away from the venue, I felt a mix of relief and disgust, knowing that I had just narrowly escaped something much darker than I could have ever imagined. Story 19. I had been working from home for a while, but the distractions were starting to affect my productivity. My toddler was becoming more curious and demanding, which made it difficult to focus on my tasks. After some thought, I decided to rent a co-working space to separate my work life from my personal life. It seemed like a good idea somewhere quiet with a structure I needed to stay on top of my deadlines. The first few days were great. The space was modern, clean, and filled with other freelancers and small business owners. Everyone had their own little cubicle separated by partitions which provided just enough privacy without feeling isolated. I enjoyed the energy of the place, the buzz of productivity filling the air as people typed away at their keyboards or made phone calls. I could finally focus without my child interrupting me every few minutes. But it wasn't long before I noticed something strange. I would arrive in the morning, set up my laptop, and start working. As the day went on, I'd take a break to grab a coffee or stretch my legs. But when I returned, my laptop was always moved slightly. It wasn't much, just a small shift, as though someone had brushed against it or adjusted its position. At first, I didn't think much of it. Maybe I had just bumped it when I left my desk. After a few more days, however, the shifting began to feel intentional. I would find my laptop just a little bit farther from where I had left it. There was a subtle difference each time, like someone was testing to see if I noticed. I grew more and more uneasy, but I couldn't prove anything. I wondered if I was being paranoid. Perhaps someone else had a similar laptop and I was imagining the whole thing. One afternoon, I was working late to finish a project and the office was mostly empty. It was just me and a couple of other people in the space. I decided to take a short break, so I left my desk to grab some water from the kitchen area. When I came back, I noticed my laptop was not only moved, but had been opened. My heart skipped a beat as I rushed over to check it. Fortunately, nothing appeared to be missing, but the feeling of violation lingered in the air. Someone had been tampering with it. I sat down trying to act calm, but my mind was racing. Who could be doing this? There weren't many people around, and I had never had a problem with anyone there before. I started to feel like I was being watched. The unsettling thought gnawed at me and I could feel my nerves starting to unravel. I didn't want to jump to conclusions, but the evidence was stacking up. The next day, I decided to keep a close eye on my laptop. What? Like ass. I made sure to stay at my desk the entire time, focusing on my work. Every time I got up, I checked the position of my laptop. I felt like a detective trying to catch someone in the act, but nothing happened, and I began to feel a little silly. Maybe I was just being paranoid after all. However, the following week, my worst fear came true. I stepped away from my desk to take a phone call in a quieter part of the office. It was only for a few minutes, but when I returned, my laptop was gone. My heart dropped to my stomach as I frantically scanned the room. There was no sign of it. Panic set in. I ran around the office, checking with everyone who was still there, but no one had seen anything. My laptop had vanished. I immediately went to the receptionist and told her what had happened. She seemed genuinely concerned, but told me that there wasn't much they could do without knowing who took it. I felt a mix of frustration and helplessness. The space had security cameras, but I had no idea if they would have captured anything. I was terrified that someone had been planning this for days. I decided to call the police. It felt surreal dialing 911 over something like this, but I had no choice. The officer who responded asked for details, and I told him everything from the strange shifting of the laptop to the final theft. He promised to look into it, but the whole situation felt so disorienting. I felt like I was living in some twisted version of a crime thriller. While waiting for the police to investigate, I began to think about who could have taken my laptop. There were only a few people left in the office at the time, and none of them seemed to have a motive. I started to feel like I had become the victim of a carefully planned scheme. Maybe someone knew how much my laptop meant to me and was watching for the perfect opportunity. The officer eventually contacted me with some good news. The security footage had caught a figure approaching my desk. Unfortunately, the footage was grainy and unclear, but they had enough to know that it was a man who had taken the laptop. They couldn't make out his face, but he was wearing a black hoodie, which didn't help much. It was also vague, and I felt like I was going in circles. As frustrating as it was, the police were able to track down the person who had taken my laptop. It turned out that he had been using the co-working space for a while, but had fallen on hard times. He was caught trying to sell the laptop online, and the police were able to recover it. I was relieved, but the whole ordeal had left me shaken. To this day, I can't shake the feeling of being watched. The entire experience made me more cautious about where I work and how I store my valuables. I made sure to take extra precautions after that, including locking my laptop away when I left my desk, something I had never considered doing before. I also upgraded my security system at home just in case. In the end, I didn't let the theft completely destroy my confidence. I learned to be more mindful and vigilant, and I became more proactive about protecting my belongings. While the experience was unsettling, it also taught me the importance of not taking my safety for granted. I didn't let one person's bad decision define my experience with co-working spaces. In fact, I ended up finding a new space that felt safer and more secure. I made sure to choose a place where I could leave my things without feeling like I had to look over my shoulder every second. The feeling of violation slowly faded, replaced by a renewed sense of trust in my ability to bounce back from difficult situations. I didn't let that experience stop me from pursuing my goals. If anything, it made me more resilient. As I sat at my new desk in a new space, I smiled to myself, knowing that I had learned something valuable about taking control of my own security and being aware of the risks around me. Story 20. I had always found peace in the quiet corners of the library. It was my favorite place to escape from the chaos of daily life, to get lost in books and let the world outside fade away. The smell of old pages and the hushed whispers of other readers were a comfort to me. On that particular afternoon, I was alone in one of the back rooms, nestled between the stacks of dusty bookshelves. The afternoon light filtered in through the windows, casting a soft glow on the wooden floor, and the silence was almost perfect. I had been reading for a couple of hours when I felt a strange chill creep up my spine. It was subtle at first, a faint discomfort that I tried to ignore. I shifted in my chair, adjusting the book in my hands, but the unease only grew. It wasn't the kind of chill that comes from cold air. It was something deeper, like the feeling that someone was watching me. I glanced around the room, but the place was still empty, save for the rows of books and the faint ticking of the clock on the wall. I tried to focus again on my book, but the sensation of being watched wouldn't leave me. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end, and my heart started to race. It was as if the air had grown heavier, more oppressive. I stood up, pacing the room in an attempt to shake off the feeling. I walked over to the nearest shelf, running my fingers along the spines of the books, trying to distract myself, but nothing seemed to help. Suddenly, I heard it. A voice low and almost inaudible whispering right next to my ear. I froze, my blood running cold. The words were so soft, so faint that I couldn't make them out at first. It was as though the voice had come from nowhere, from someone who was standing right behind me. I whipped around, my heart pounding in my chest, but there was no one there. Just the rows of books, the empty chairs, and the silence that now felt even more suffocating. I felt my breath catch in my throat as my mind raced, trying to make sense of what had just happened. I looked around frantically, half expecting someone to jump out from behind a shelf, laughing at some sick joke, but no one appeared. The library remained still and silent as if nothing had happened at all. I slowly took a step back, unsure of whether to run or stay put. My hands trembled, and I could feel my pulse in my ears. I took a few deep breaths, trying to calm myself. Perhaps I was just imagining things. It had been a long day, and I hadn't eaten much. Maybe I was just tired. I told myself that I should sit down, relax, and take a moment to collect my thoughts. So, I returned to my seat, trying to push the incident to the back of my mind. I tried to focus on my book again, though every word seemed distant, and my thoughts kept drifting back to that strange whisper. The minutes stretched on, and the unease slowly began to settle. I convinced myself that I had imagined the whole thing. It was a trick of the mind, a momentary lapse in focus. I started to read again, the words slowly pulling me back into the story. But just as I began to feel a semblance of normally returning, I heard it again. This time louder and clearer. The voice whispered my name. I froze, my blood running cold once more. It wasn't just any voice. It was my name, unmistakably mine. The sound was sharp and distinct, and it cut through the silence of the library like a knife. I stood up abruptly, my heart racing in my chest, the book falling from my hands and landing with a soft thud on the floor. My head swiveled around as I scanned the room. But there was no one there. The entire library seemed to have gone deathly quiet, and I could hear nothing but the rapid beating of my own heart. Panic began to settle in. I rushed toward the door, my steps quick and uneven as I tried to leave the room. But as I reached for the handle, the door refused to budge. I tugged on it frantically, but it felt as if something was holding it shut. I backed away, my breathing becoming shallow and erratic. I turned toward the window, desperate to find a way out, but the glass remained firm and unyielding. But in that moment, the air around me seemed to change. It grew colder and the lights in the room flickered for a split second before returning to their normal brightness. I could hear the sound of footsteps, faint at first, but growing louder. They were coming from behind me. I spun around, my eyes scanning the room, but still no one was there. It was as if the footsteps were emanating from the shadows themselves, moving closer and closer. My mind raced and I could feel a tightness in my chest as I struggled to breathe. I didn't know what was happening, but I couldn't stay here any longer. I ran toward the door again, my hands trembling as I reached for the handle, and this time it opened without resistance. I didn't look back. I just ran through the narrow hallways of the library, my footsteps echoing against the stone floors. I had to get out. Had to escape whatever it was that had been lurking in the shadows. When I finally burst through the front doors and into the daylight, the cold air hit me like a wave. I stood outside for a moment trying to catch my breath, my heart still pounding in my chest. My mind was a whirlwind of confusion and fear. What had just happened? Who had whispered to me and why? My eyes darted back toward the library, but I didn't go inside. I couldn't. Not yet. I went home that night, but the unease didn't leave me. The voice, the footsteps, the strange coldness, it all lingered in my mind. I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened, about the man who had whispered in my ear and disappeared before I could even turn around. What did it mean? Who was he? Was it some kind of prank? Or was there something more sinister at play? In the days that followed, I returned to the library several times, but each visit felt different. The once comforting space now seemed unsettling. The shadows stretching longer and deeper than before. I never heard the voice again, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't truly alone when I walked through those halls. The man, whoever he was, had left an impression on me, one that wouldn't fade. Eventually, I found myself avoiding the library, unable to return to the place that once felt like my sanctuary. I couldn't explain it, and I couldn't make sense of what had happened. But there was one thing I knew for sure. I would never forget the whisper in my ear, the footsteps in the shadows, and the chilling feeling of being watched by someone I could never see. Story 21. It had been a long day, the kind where you just want to get home, take a shower, and relax. I had just finished a long shift at work, and the sun was beginning to set, casting a soft orange glow across the sky as I biked my usual route home. It was quiet, the streets almost empty, the gentle hum of my bicycle's wheels, the only sound I could hear. The wind felt refreshing against my skin, and for a moment, I allowed myself to enjoy the calmness of the evening. As I pedaled down the familiar street, a shortcut through a quieter part of town, I noticed a few figures ahead of me. At first, I thought they were just pedestrians, maybe taking a walk or chatting on the sidewalk. But as I drew closer, I saw that there were 3 men standing in the middle of the path, blocking the way. They were all about the same height, dressed in casual clothes, and none of them seemed in a hurry to move. My instincts immediately told me that something was off, but I couldn't quite place why. I slowed my bike, trying to decide whether to turn around or continue forward. There was a slight hesitation in my mind, a warning bell that was hard to ignore, but I kept going, hoping it was just a coincidence that they were standing there. As I neared them, one of the men stepped forward, his movements slow and deliberate. As if he knew he had all the time in the world. He gave me a wide, unsettling smile, the kind of smile that didn't reach his eyes. The others remained still, their eyes fixed on me as I got closer. "Hey there," the man said in a casual tone. I nodded, unsure how to respond. But before I could say anything, the second man raised his phone. He pointed it at me and snapped a picture. I froze for a moment, surprised. What was going on? The first man's smile widened as he glanced at the screen of the phone, nodding in approval. I tried to keep my composure. "What do you want?" I asked, trying to sound more confident than I felt. The question hung in the air, unanswered, as the third man stepped forward, this time pulling out his own phone. Without saying a word, he took another picture. My heart began to beat faster, my instinct screaming at me that this wasn't just some harmless encounter. Something about their silence, their strange focus on me, made me feel like I was trapped in some kind of bizarre scenario. The first man tilted his head slightly, the smile never leaving his face. "Just a few pictures," he said, his voice casual, almost too casual, like this was some normal everyday thing. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it. Were they just bored? Was this some kind of prank? I glanced around, but there was no one else on the street. It was just the four of us now, and I was starting to feel increasingly uncomfortable. But the seconds felt like minutes as I debated what to do. Should I try to leave? Should I shout for help? I knew I had to get out of there, but my bike felt like it was glued to the ground, and I couldn't seem to move fast enough. The men continued taking pictures, their eyes flicking back and forth between each other as if they were communicating without words. The second man moved to my side, staying just out of reach, but close enough that I felt the tension in the air. "Are you going to keep taking pictures of me?" I asked, my voice shaking more than I wanted it to. The third man smiled, lowering his phone for just a moment before snapping another photo. It was then that I realized there was something off about the whole situation. They weren't just taking pictures for fun or a laugh. They were studying me, watching my every move like I was some kind of object to be observed. I felt trapped, my legs starting to tense as I prepared to take action. I could feel the heat rising in my chest, the adrenaline starting to pump through my veins. "Why don't you just leave me alone?" I demanded, trying to sound firm, though my voice wavered slightly. The first man finally took a step back as if considering my words, but then he looked over at the others and shrugged. The second man, still grinning, seemed to take this as a cue to snap another picture. This time, the flash was blinding, and I squinted, momentarily, blinded by the light. That's when I knew I couldn't stay there anymore. I had to get away. I had to move. With a sudden surge of energy, I pushed myself off the ground and started pedaling away faster than I ever had before. I heard laughter behind me, the sound following me as I sped down the road. But I didn't dare look back. My legs pumped furiously, my focus entirely on getting out of there. The men's laughter faded into the distance, and after a few more minutes, I finally allowed myself to glance over my shoulder. There was no sign of them. The quiet street had returned to its usual stillness, the air no longer filled with that strange tension. My heart was still racing, but I felt a sense of relief wash over me as I turned the corner, leaving the men and whatever strange game they had been playing behind. I kept biking for a few more blocks, making sure to stick to the main roads where there were more people. The normal sounds of the city began to return, and slowly the panic that had gripped me started to subside. But as I rode, something gnawed at the back of my mind. Why had they done that? What did they want from me? I couldn't shake the image of their smiles, the way they had treated me like some kind of spectacle. It was unsettling, and I couldn't stop thinking about it. When I finally arrived home, I parked my bike and went inside. My hands were still trembling slightly, and I locked the door behind me before leaning against it. I wanted to put the encounter out of my mind, but I knew I couldn't. I sat down, staring at the floor, trying to calm my breathing. Later that night, I checked my phone, half expecting to see that one of the men had posted a picture of me on some social media site. I had no idea if they had done anything with the photos, but the thought of being the subject of some weird online post made me feel even more exposed. I looked through my social media accounts, searching for any trace of the men or their pictures, but there was nothing. Days passed and the incident began to fade from my immediate thoughts, but the unease lingered. I couldn't get the memory of the men's smiles out of my mind, nor the strange feeling of being watched. What had they been up to? What had it all been for? I never saw the men again, and the street I had ridden down that evening seemed to return to its quiet normally. But every time I biked home, a small part of me remained on edge, watching for anyone who might be lurking in the shadows, waiting to make me their next subject. Story 22. I never thought working at a mall would be anything more than a way to make ends meet. But things took an unexpected turn one Saturday afternoon. It started like any other shift. The mall was bustling with shoppers, families with kids running around, and teenagers hanging out near the food court. I was assigned to a clothing store that had a steady stream of customers, which kept me on my toes. I greeted people, folded clothes, and made small talk with the occasional shopper who had questions about sizes or discounts. Everything was typical until I noticed something odd. Around noon, I noticed a group of 3 people walk into the store. They didn't seem to be together, but something about their behavior caught my attention. Each one had a small walkie-talkie clipped to their belts, which seemed strange. It wasn't entirely unusual for people to have those types of devices, especially if they were involved in something like event planning or even security, but these people weren't wearing any uniforms. They didn't seem like mall employees, and none of them gave the impression of being security officers. I brushed it off at first, assuming they were just some shoppers who liked to stay connected. But then I saw them again a few hours later. This time they were with different people, but the walkie-talkies were still in full view, clipped to their belts. I didn't think much of it until I heard a faint crackle and one of them spoke into the device, though their words were too muffled for me to make out. As they walked around the store, I noticed the same pattern. One person would move toward a particular section, and moments later, another person would walk in the same direction, but they'd never seem to be looking at anything in particular. Instead, they would circle around the aisles, then leave within a few minutes. It felt strange. The pattern continued over the next few days. A different set of people would show up, always with walkie-talkies, and they always seemed to be communicating. At first, I thought they were just a quirky group of people who like to stay in touch while shopping, but there was something off about their interactions. They didn't seem like casual shoppers anymore. It was as though they were coordinating in some way. And it wasn't until I started paying closer attention that I realized what was happening. They were moving in sync, always a step ahead of anyone else who entered the store. It felt like a silent game, like they knew exactly where to go and when. One afternoon, as I was folding clothes near the fitting rooms, I overheard one of them speak more clearly into their walkie-talkie. "Target is in position. Moving in 30 seconds. I froze. Target. I didn't know what they were talking about, but the use of the word left me uneasy. Was it possible that they were planning some sort of coordinated theft? I immediately tried to calm myself, assuming it was all just a misunderstanding. Maybe it was an innocent conversation. But the more I observed, the more the pieces of the puzzle started to fall into place. I started to notice other odd behaviors. When one of the walkie-talkie users would leave a store, they'd glance around as though waiting for something. Then moments later, another shopper would come into the store and move directly to the area where the first person had been. It was as though they were trading spots, taking turns to cover different sections of the mall. I felt like I was watching something clandestine unfold before me, but I didn't know what to do about it. I couldn't just accuse people of something without proof. And I didn't want to get involved in a situation I didn't fully understand. Then one evening, the store manager pulled me aside. She looked concerned and there was an edge of urgency in her voice. "Have you noticed anything strange about the customers lately?" she asked. I nodded hesitantly, unsure how to explain this strange group of walkie-talkie users without sounding paranoid. "It's not just you," she said, confirming my suspicions. "We've had reports from other stores about customers acting suspiciously. People are being spotted in multiple areas of the mall at the same time, and some have been seen leaving with things they didn't pay for." My heart raced, so I wasn't imagining things. This was real, and it seemed like some kind of theft ring was operating within the mall. "What do we do?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The manager looked at me seriously. "For now, we keep our eyes open and alert security if we see anything unusual, but we don't make any moves unless we have concrete proof." I spent the next few days watching the group of people more closely. All the situation became clearer. It wasn't just a few people. It was a whole network of individuals, all with walkie-talkies coordinating their movements across the mall. I realized they were probably working together to steal from different stores, using the walkie-talkies to communicate when they needed to distract employees or when it was safe to take something. They were moving with precision and they had a system in place. No one suspected anything because they were blending in, acting just like regular shoppers. One afternoon, I saw a familiar face among the group, a man I had seen around the mall many times. He was always friendly, shopping for odd items, never buying anything too expensive. I had never thought anything of him until now. This time he was walking around inspecting a few racks in my store. As he moved toward the back, I saw him exchange a quick nod with another person who was pretending to look at jewelry. It was so subtle, but the way he moved his head almost imperceptibly was enough to confirm what I suspected. They were giving signals. I had to act quickly. I immediately went to the back office and called security. My voice was steady, but my mind was racing. I knew I had to be careful. The last thing I wanted was to draw attention to myself or to get caught up in whatever they were doing. I told the security officer about the suspicious behavior I had observed and mentioned the walkie-talkies. He listened intently, then assured me they would take it from there. Over the next hour, the security team began to monitor the group more closely. They moved through the mall, keeping an eye on the individuals who had been coordinating their actions. As it turned out, the group wasn't just a random collection of people. They were professionals. They had been casing the mall for weeks, learning the routines of employees and figuring out how to execute their plan without getting caught. Their strategy was simple but effective. Divide and conquer. As the night wore on, the group's movements became more erratic. They were getting nervous, probably sensing that something was off. At one point, I saw a woman from the group trying to slip something into her bag, but she was intercepted by a security guard who had been watching her closely. She tried to argue, but security had already seen enough to act. The rest of the group scattered, attempting to blend in with other shoppers, but the damage was done. The mall had caught on to their operation. The next day, I found out that security had arrested several members of the group. They were part of a larger organized retail theft operation that spanned across multiple malls in the area. The authorities were called in and the investigation was launched. It was a relief to know that the operation had been shut down, but it also left me shaken. I had been unwittingly caught in the middle of something dangerous, and I had no idea just how close I had come to being part of something much larger. I never looked at a customer the same way again after that. Every time someone walked into the store with a walkie-talkie, I couldn't help but wonder if they were part of something I didn't fully understand. It was a reminder that things aren't always what they seem, and sometimes the most ordinary places can be hiding dark secrets. Story 23. The night was supposed to be a celebration, a moment to escape the usual routine and immerse myself in the energy of live music. I had been looking forward to this concert for weeks. The atmosphere was electric as people gathered. The air filled with the sounds of excitement and anticipation. The crowd was buzzing with energy, and I couldn't help but feel a rush of adrenaline as I stepped inside the venue. The lights were dim, casting a vibrant glow over the stage, and the music reverberated through the floor. I made my way to the bar area to grab a drink before the show started. The place was crowded and the lines at the bar were long, but I didn't mind. I had been to this venue before, and it always had a lively atmosphere. I ordered a simple drink, something refreshing to prepare me for the show ahead. As I waited, I chatted with a couple of people who were standing nearby, enjoying the casual exchange of small talk. When my drink was finally ready, I took it from the bartender with a quick smile and turned to head back to my spot. The music had already started to fill the air, and the crowd was growing louder, the energy palpable. I found a small space near the back, hoping to get a good view of the stage without being smothered by the crowd. I took a sip for my drink, savoring the coolness, the perfect way to cool off from the heat of the crowd. The taste was just what I expected, nothing out of the ordinary. But soon after, something felt off. My head started to swim, and my vision became a little blurry. I tried to shake it off, thinking maybe I was just tired from the long week. The concert had only just begun, but already I felt like I was struggling to focus. The sounds of the music around me grew distant, and I felt a strange sense of disorientation creeping in. It was like a heavy fog had settled over my mind, and the world around me seemed to blur into something surreal. I put my drink down for a moment, hoping that would clear my head. The feeling of dizziness wasn't letting up, and I started to feel unsteady on my feet. My legs wobbled and I had to steady myself against the railing nearby. It wasn't like me to feel this way, not at a concert or anywhere for that matter. Something was wrong, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. The more I tried to focus, the worse it seemed to get. I tried to make my way out of the crowd, hoping to get some fresh air, but the world around me felt like it was spinning. My hands were shaking and my heart began to race, thumping so loudly that it seemed to drown out the music around me. Panic started to set in as I realized something was terribly wrong. The crowd was still moving, people dancing, laughing, enjoying the concert, but I couldn't escape the overwhelming sense that I was losing control of my body. As I stumbled toward the exit, my thoughts were scattered. I couldn't make sense of what was happening to me. I knew I had only taken a few sips from my drink, but it felt like my body was reacting as though I had consumed something much stronger. The dizziness became unbearable and my knees buckled, sending me collapsing to the floor. My vision blackened at the edges and I tried to scream for help, but my voice barely came out, weak and hoarse. That was when I saw him, someone in the crowd, standing just a few feet away. His eyes were locked on me, and I could see the twisted amusement in his expression as I struggled to stay conscious. There was no mistaking the look in his eyes. It was as if he were watching me suffer for his own amusement. It sent a chill down my spine. I couldn't fully comprehend what was happening, but the realization hit me like a ton of bricks. He had done this to me. He had drugged my drink. A wave of terror washed over me as I tried to crawl toward the exit. I couldn't trust my legs to hold me up, and the world around me seemed to spin out of control. My thoughts were fragmented, unable to focus on anything for more than a few seconds. All I could do was cling to whatever sense of reality I could still grasp. It felt as if I was sinking deeper into a nightmare, unable to break free. The crowd continued to move around me, oblivious to the fact that I was in distress. I could see faces, hear muffled voices, but no one seemed to notice me, let alone offer help. The person who had drugged my drink was still watching from the shadows, his eyes never leaving me as I struggled to maintain consciousness. The fact that he was so calm, so collected, only heightened the sense of danger. He was enjoying this and I was his prey. I managed to pull myself to my feet once more, using the nearest wall for support. My body felt like it was no longer my own. Each movement slow and deliberate. My thoughts were hazy, and every attempt to focus on what was happening around me seemed like a monumental effort. I tried to keep my eyes on the exit, but it seemed like it was getting farther away with each step I took. I couldn't tell if it was just my perception, or someone had intentionally made sure I couldn't escape. As I neared the exit, I felt a strong hand grip my arm, pulling me roughly to a stop. My heart skipped a beat as I turned to face the person holding me. It was him, the man who had been watching me struggle. His grip tightened and I could feel the coldness in his touch, his fingers digging into my skin. My mind was racing, but I couldn't think clearly enough to fight back. "Where do you think you're going?" he asked, his voice low and taunting. I wanted to scream, to call for help, but the words wouldn't come. My mind was too clouded and I was too weak to push him away. My body felt like it was shutting down and I was terrified of what he might do next. His grin widened as he leaned closer and I could feel his breath on my neck. The whole situation felt like a sick joke to him and I was trapped in the middle of it. But just as he leaned in further, I heard the sound of footsteps approaching. Someone was coming, someone who might be able to help. The grip on my arm loosened slightly, and I used that opportunity to push him away with all the strength I had left. My legs almost gave out beneath me, but I managed to stagger toward the door. The person who had been watching me stepped back, a look of annoyance crossing his face. For a moment, I thought he might come after me, but he simply turned and disappeared into the crowd. I didn't stop running until I was outside, gasping for air. The cool night air was a welcome relief, and I felt my head begin to clear slightly. I stumbled toward the parking lot, my legs unsteady but determined. I found my car, unlocked it, and got inside, slamming the door shut behind me. I couldn't stop shaking, my heart still racing from the encounter. I had narrowly escaped something far worse, and the thought of what could have happened if I hadn't gotten away sent a wave of nausea through me. I called the police immediately. I told them everything I could remember, though the drug in my system made it difficult to form coherent sentences. They assured me they would investigate the incident, but there was little they could do without more evidence. The man who had drugged me had vanished into the crowd, and there was no way to identify him. They encouraged me to file a report with the venue, but I knew that like so many other things in this world, it might not lead anywhere. The night was over, and though the music had stopped, the terror it left behind lingered. I had come to the concert to have a good time, but instead I had been targeted. The thought of someone so calmly watching me struggle, knowing they were the reason for my distress, was more unsettling than I could put into words. I didn't know if I would ever feel safe at a concert again. But I knew one thing for sure. I would never let my guard down like that again. Story 24. I had been looking for extra work to supplement my income. And when I found an ad for a part-time housekeeping job, I jumped at the chance. The pay wasn't great, but it was enough to cover some bills, and I didn't mind the quiet routine work. The owner of the house seemed nice enough, an older woman who had lived in the area for years. She didn't need much help around the house, just the basics, dusting, vacuuming, and a little tidying up here and there. The first few days were uneventful. I'd arrive in the mornings, clean the rooms, and then head home in the afternoons. The house was large, set on a sprawling piece of land, and the owner mostly kept to herself. She was polite, but reserved, and I didn't mind. I was there to do my job and leave, so it suited me just fine. I had no reason to think anything unusual was going on, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about the place. It wasn't until the 4th day on the job that I noticed something strange. I was in the upstairs hallway dusting the shelves when I happened to glance at the door to a closet that I hadn't yet opened. The closet was locked and the door didn't look like it had been touched in years. It piqued my curiosity, but I didn't think much of it at first. I finished my work and moved on, thinking I would probably never need to deal with that closet anyway. The next day, I was assigned to clean the room across from the locked closet. I was vacuuming the floor when I noticed the door to the closet was slightly ajar. It wasn't open enough for me to see inside, but it was enough to make me wonder why it had been left like that. I stood there for a moment, contemplating whether I should close it or leave it alone. Curiosity won out, and I stepped closer to peer inside. That's when I saw what was on the shelves. At first, it didn't make sense. The shelves were lined with dozens of missing persons flyers, some yellowed with age and others more recent. I felt a cold chill run down my spine as I scanned the photos. Each flyer had details about missing people names, ages, descriptions, and dates. But the most unsettling part was the fact that many of them were from the local area, and they were all people I recognized. Some of the faces were familiar from the news, but others were from the community, people who had gone missing over the years with no trace. I stepped back, trying to process what I had just seen. I had no idea what to make of it, but it felt wrong. Why would anyone keep a collection of missing persons flyers locked away in a closet? It seemed like the kind of thing that should have been reported to the authorities, not stashed away in someone's house. My mind raced, and I couldn't help but wonder if the owner of the house had something to do with it. But I didn't have any proof and I couldn't jump to conclusions. For the next few days, I tried to ignore the nagging feeling in the back of my mind. I continued my work, cleaning as usual, but I couldn't stop thinking about the flyers in that locked closet. Every time I walked past the door, I felt a growing sense of dread. I began to watch the owner more closely, trying to see if there was anything odd about her behavior. She still seemed harmless, polite, and distant, but I couldn't shake the feeling that she was hiding something. One afternoon, I was cleaning the kitchen when I heard the faint sound of footsteps approaching from the hallway. I quickly turned around and saw the owner standing at the doorway, watching me. She didn't say anything at first, just stood there, her eyes fixed on me with an unreadable expression. I felt a wave of unease wash over me, but I forced myself to smile and greet her. "Everything's fine," I said, trying to sound casual, "just finishing up here." She nodded but didn't move. For a moment, we stood there in silence, and I felt the tension between us grow. Finally, she spoke. "Have you been in the closet upstairs?" Her voice was calm, but there was an underlying sharpness to it that caught me off guard. I froze. How did she know? I hadn't told her about the flyers, and I hadn't been in the closet since that first time. My heart began to race as I struggled to find the right words. "No," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I haven't been in there. I don't even have the key to the closet." She didn't reply right away. Instead, she just stared at me, her eyes narrowing slightly. It felt like she was trying to read me to figure out if I was lying. Finally, she spoke again, her tone softer now. "I keep things in there that are important to me, personal things. I don't want anyone snooping around in it." I nodded quickly, trying to seem agreeable, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I excused myself and left the kitchen as soon as I could, feeling like I had narrowly escaped a confrontation. The rest of the day passed without incident, but I couldn't stop thinking about the locked closet and the owner's strange reaction. That evening after I left the house, I called a friend and told them about what I had found. I didn't want to jump to conclusions, but I needed to get it off my chest. My friend listened quietly, but they didn't seem as concerned as I was. They told me that I might be overreacting, that people sometimes collect things for reasons that don't make sense to others. But something about the way the owner had reacted didn't sit right with me. I decided I couldn't just ignore it. The next morning, I returned to the house, determined to get to the bottom of what was going on. I had already decided that if I saw anything else suspicious, I would call the authorities. As I was cleaning the upstairs hallway, I heard the sound of a car pulling into the driveway. I glanced out the window and saw the owner's car, but this time someone else was with her. It was a man I didn't recognize. Someone in his mid-40s, tall and stocky. They were talking in the driveway for a few minutes before they both walked inside. I couldn't help but wonder if this man was connected to the missing persons flyers in some way. Maybe he was a relative. Or maybe he was involved in something I didn't understand. I stood frozen for a moment trying to make sense of it all. But I had to keep working and there was no time to investigate further. Later that day, when the owner and the man were in the living room, I decided to take a chance. I slipped upstairs and quietly approached the locked closet. The door was slightly ajar again, just like before. My heart pounded in my chest as I crept closer, my fingers brushing the cold metal of the handle. I didn't have the key, but there was a chance I could peek inside if I was quick. I pushed the door open just enough to see the shelves once more. The flyers were still there, but this time something was different. There was a new flyer, a recent on her right at the top. The picture was of a young woman, someone I recognized. She had been a waitress at a local diner, someone I had seen around town a few weeks ago. The flyer was dated only a few days earlier. That was all I needed to see. My suspicions had been confirmed. Something was very wrong with the owner's obsession with missing people. But I left the closet quickly and went back downstairs, my heart racing. I knew what I had to do. I didn't finish cleaning that day. Instead, I left the house and immediately went to the police. I told them everything about the flyers, about the locked closet, and about my suspicions. They took my statement seriously and promised to investigate. Within days, the authorities had raided the house and the owner was arrested. It turned out she had been collecting these flyers for years, each one representing someone she had been involved with in some way. The man she had brought to the house was an accomplice, and together they had been responsible for several disappearances over the years. I never went back to that house again, but the job had seemed so normal at first, but it turned out to be much more dangerous than I could have ever imagined. The police told me that without my help, they might not have ever discovered the truth. I was just glad to have helped bring an end to the terror. But it wasn't something I would ever forget, and I knew I'd be more cautious about the people I worked for in the future. Story 25. I was nervous, but I was excited, too. It had been a long time since I had gone on a proper date, and I had hoped that maybe this time things would be different. I had met them online, and after exchanging messages for a few weeks, we decided to meet up at a nice restaurant in the city. The conversation had flowed easily at first, and they seemed just as eager to meet as I was. We shared stories about our lives, our careers, and everything in between, laughing as though we had known each other for years. We ordered drinks and everything felt comfortable. I was starting to think this could be the start of something good. There was an easy charm about them, a way of speaking that made me feel at ease. They talked about their job with passion, about their hobbies, and even about their family. But I noticed something odd. They had avoided specific details when it came to their personal life. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but there was a distance in their tone when they spoke about relationships like they were hiding something. As the evening went on, the conversation took a turn. They began to ask more personal questions, trying to find out about my past relationships. It wasn't anything I hadn't heard before, but something about the way they asked made me feel vulnerable. They seemed genuinely interested in my answers, but the more I spoke, the more I felt like I was revealing too much. It felt like they were testing me somehow, almost as if they were fishing for information to see if I would say the right things. Still, I pushed the unease away and continued with the conversation, trying to enjoy the evening. After we finished dinner, they suggested a walk in the park nearby. It was a pleasant evening, and I thought it would be nice to stretch our legs after a heavy meal. We walked along the dimly lit path, talking more about work and life. They seemed more relaxed now, as though the formalities of the dinner had faded. I felt a sense of connection, a strange feeling of being understood in a way that I hadn't felt in a long time. But something in the back of my mind was still nagging at me, an instinct that told me I was missing something. It was during that walk that things started to unravel. We had been talking about relationships and they suddenly dropped a comment that made me stop in my tracks. They casually mentioned their spouse and I froze for a moment. I thought I had misheard them. I asked, "Wait, spouse? I thought you said you were single." They paused, looking at me with a strange expression before replying, "Well, that's complicated." The words hung in the air, and a cold shiver ran down my spine. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. The entire date had been a lie. The person standing next to me, who had been so charming and seemingly perfect, was married. They had used a fake identity, hiding behind the story of someone else's life. I tried to process the information, my mind racing to make sense of the situation. I had trusted them, believed everything they had said. Now it felt like all of it had been a facade carefully constructed to deceive me. I didn't know what to say. I stood there stunned as they continued to explain. They mentioned how they had been unhappy in their marriage, how things had fallen apart, and how they were trying to find something real with me. But none of it made sense. If they were unhappy, why go to such lengths to deceive me? Why pretend to be someone they were not? The more they spoke, the angrier I became, but I couldn't find the words to express it. All I could do was stand there, feeling the weight of the betrayal settle in. As they spoke, I could feel the reality of the situation sinking in. I was angry, hurt, and confused. How could someone do this? How could someone create a false identity just to manipulate another person? I thought about the time I had spent talking to them, the moments I had shared, believing that they were just like Messingle and looking for a connection. It felt like a punch to the gut, and I wanted to walk away, but part of me was still trying to process what had happened. I asked them, "How long have you been married?" They hesitated for a moment before answering, 5 years. 5 years. The number hit me like a ton of bricks. It wasn't just a casual fling. This was someone's life, someone's marriage that they were willing to betray for their own selfish reasons. I thought back to all the little things that had seemed off during the day. The vague details, the lack of specifics about their life. It all made sense now. The charm, the attentiveness, the fake identity was all part of a carefully orchestrated plan to get close to me. I couldn't stay there any longer. I couldn't be part of this lie any longer. I turned and started walking away, not looking back. I could hear them calling after me, but I didn't stop. My mind was in a whirlwind, trying to make sense of everything that had just happened. It wasn't just the fact that they had lied. It was the fact that they had played with my emotions, used my trust as a tool to manipulate me into thinking they were someone they weren't. I didn't want to feel angry, but I couldn't help it. I was furious at myself for being so gullible, for believing in something that wasn't real. As I walked to my car, I couldn't help but think about the people who had been hurt by this person's lies before. How many others had they deceived? How many lives had they disrupted with their selfishness? It was a sickening thought. I couldn't shake it. I got in my car and drove home, the weight of the evening pressing down on me. The once exciting date had turned into a nightmare, leaving me with nothing but the bitter taste of betrayal. I didn't know what to do with all the emotions swirling inside me. Anger, confusion, and disappointment mixed into a storm I couldn't control. The next day, I blocked them on all social media platforms and deleted their number. But I knew there was no point in confronting them any further. What could they possibly say to make this situation right? Nothing could fix the damage they had done. But as time passed, I realized something important. I had learned to trust myself again, to recognize the warning signs that I had ignored. I knew I would be more cautious in the future, more aware of the people I let into my life. I couldn't undo what had happened, but I could choose not to let it define me. The experience had been painful, but it had also taught me a valuable lesson. People are not always what they seem, and sometimes the most important thing is to trust your instincts, even when it feels hard. I had been hurt, but I wouldn't let it break me. I would move forward stronger and wiser, knowing that I could handle whatever came my way next. Story 26. I had been looking forward to the open mic night all week. It had been one of those rare moments where I could escape the routine of everyday life and immerse myself in something different, something a bit more spontaneous. The night was cool, the kind of weather that made you appreciate being indoors, listening to music or spoken word. I arrived at the venue, a small, cozy cafe with dim lighting and a relaxed vibe. There was something soothing about the setting that made the stress of the day melt away. The crowd was a mix of regulars and newcomers, all eager to see what the night would bring. The stage was small, just enough for a microphone and a stool, but it felt personal, like you were right there with the performers sharing their words. I grabbed a drink, found a seat at the back, and settled in, feeling the anticipation of the night ahead. It wasn't long before the first performer took the stage, a young woman who was clearly excited, but a bit nervous. She recited a poem and the crowd reacted with applause. And I thought about how brave it was to get up there, share your voice, your heart, and let strangers into your world for a few minutes. The night continued with a variety of performance, poetry, and even some stand-up comedy. I enjoyed them all, each performance feeling like a little glimpse into the lives and minds of people I had never met. It was refreshing hearing others' creativity, their pain, their joy, and everything in between. The energy in the room was contagious, and I found myself clapping along with the crowd, even if I didn't fully understand the piece. There was something about the atmosphere that made everything feel significant. Then it was time for the next performer to take the stage. He was a man in his mid-30s wearing a simple jacket and jeans with a quiet, almost introspective air about him. He walked up to the microphone, cleared his throat and then began speaking. At first, it seemed like another spoken word piece, a bit abstract, and I found myself sinking into the rhythm of his voice. But then something strange happened. His words began to feel oddly familiar. I shook my head slightly, trying to focus on the poem. But as his voice continued, the details became clearer and I realized something unsettling. He was describing my daily routine. At first, I thought it was just a coincidence. The lines he spoke were general enough that they could apply to any arising early, rushing through breakfast, checking emails, the usual stuff. But as the piece went on, the details became more specific, more tailored. He spoke about my usual coffee order, my habit of checking the clock before I left the house, my constant need to make lists, even the way I always seemed to have my headphones in locking out the world. It was surreal, like he had somehow watched my every move and then put it into words. The more I listened, the more the piece seemed to go into the smallest details. He described my routine with such accuracy, it was as if he had been following me, watching me, or maybe even living inside my head. He mentioned the places I always went for lunch, how I liked to take walks during the late afternoon, and even the way I scrolled through my phone, checking notifications from work and social media. The crowd around me was silent, captivated by his words, but inside I was growing more and more uncomfortable. I tried to shake it off. It was just a coincidence, right? Maybe he had seen someone else with a similar routine, or maybe it was just an abstract poem that felt too close to home. But the more he spoke, the more I felt exposed, like my life was being put under a microscope for everyone to see. There were moments when I thought he was describing things I had never shared with anyone, things I had only thought to myself. How could he know these things? How could his words be so eerily accurate? As the piece went on, I felt a mix of disbelief and unease. The performer didn't seem to notice my reaction. He continued delving deeper into the minutiae of my day, the small things I did without thinking. He mentioned how I always checked the weather app before leaving the house, how I walked past the same street corner every morning, how I always seemed to look at my phone during every break, even if I didn't respond to messages. He even described how I took a moment in the evening to sit down with a book or a podcast to unwind, my preferred way of ending the day. By now, I was feeling a sense of panic rise within me. I scanned the room, trying to see if anyone else seemed to notice how personal the poem had become. But everyone was still listening intently, some nodding, others closing their eyes as if they were lost in the rhythm of the words. It felt as though the world had shrunk and I was the only one who knew what was happening. I wanted to leave, to walk out of the cafe and never come back, but my body was frozen in place, and mine was racing, but my feet remained rooted to the floor. The final lines of the piece were the most chilling. He described how I had started to notice the repetition of my daily routine, how I felt like I was stuck in a loop, and how the monotony of life had begun to wear on me. He mentioned the slight frustration I felt every time I glanced at the clock, realizing that time was slipping by faster than I could handle. The way I had started to feel disconnected from the people around me, trapped in my own bubble of routine. It was as though he had read my mind, or worse, had been there, watching me every day, documenting every move. The applause that followed the performance felt like it was happening in another world, far away from me. I couldn't bring myself to clap, my hands frozen in my lap. I wanted to speak out, to demand answers, but I couldn't. I didn't even know if anyone else had noticed the strange accuracy of his words. The performer stood there basking in the applause. And for a moment, I wondered if I was just imagining things. Maybe it was all just a very well-written coincidence. But no, something deep inside told me that wasn't the case. I didn't know how, but I felt sure that he knew more about me than he should. I stood up, my heart pounding, and walked out of the cafe without looking back. I needed to get away to clear my head to process what had just happened. As I stepped into the cool night air, the city lights blinking around me, I could still hear his words in my mind. I tried to tell myself it was just a performance, just art. But deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had been exposed in a way I never expected. I spent the next few days trying to forget the experience, but it lingered in my thoughts. I couldn't stop wondering how he had known so much about my life, my routine. I even found myself questioning the most mundane details, wondering if anyone else had noticed them, too. But over time, the unease faded, and I tried to go back to my normal routine. Every now and then, I'd think about that night, but I'd shake my head and remind myself that it was just an open mic performance, nothing more. Story 27. I never thought much of it when I received the invitation to join a focus group. It seemed like a straightforward opportunity, participate in a study, give my opinion on some products, and get paid for my time. I'd seen ads for similar things before, but had never been motivated to sign up. This time, though, the offer seemed too good to pass up. The pay was substantial and the location was convenient enough, so I figured why not. When the day finally arrived, I showed up at the address they had given me. The building was an industrial warehouse tucked away on the outskirts of the city. It looked like it had been there for years, with the faded paint and rusted metal doors suggesting a history of abandonment. I wasn't sure what kind of focus group would be held in a place like this, but I shrugged it off. I wasn't there to judge the building's aesthetics. I was just there for the money. As I walked through the entrance, the first thing I noticed was the lack of other people. I expected at least a few others, but the place was eerily quiet. There were no signs directing me to where I needed to go. No one at the door to greet me and no other participants milling about. I wandered down a long hallway, the floor creaking beneath my steps. The walls were bare and the overhead lights flickered every few seconds, adding to the unsettling atmosphere. Eventually, I reached a large room at the end of the hall. It was sparse with a few chairs arranged in a circle in the middle of the room. At the center of the circle was a small table, and around the room there were empty shelves stacked with what looked like boxes of supplies. The room felt cold, like it hadn't been used in a while, and the air was heavy, as if something was off. Still, I figured it was just part of the whole experimental vibe that these kinds of things often had. I took a seat in one of the chairs, waiting for the others to arrive. The silence in the room was almost suffocating, and I found myself glancing around nervously. It felt like I was waiting for something, but I wasn't sure what. After a few minutes, a door on the far side of the room opened, and a man in a suit walked in. He was tall with sharp features and a stern look on his face. He didn't offer a greeting or explanation, just looked at me for a moment before sitting down at the table. "Are you the only one here?" I asked, trying to break the tension. He didn't respond at first. Instead, he flipped open a notebook and began jotting something down. The awkward silence stretched on for what felt like an eternity before he finally looked up at me. His eyes were cold, calculating. "You're the only one who showed up," he said in a flat voice, his tone devoid of emotion. Horrors that sent a chill down my spine. I had been expecting a group, but now I was left to question what I had gotten myself into. Why was I the only one? Was it a mistake? I glanced around the room again, hoping to see other people entering, but the door remained shut. The man didn't seem concerned by my silence. Instead, he started talking about the study I was part of. He went into great detail about the process, though nothing he said made much sense to me. There were vague mentions of testing reactions to new products, but it all sounded more like an experiment than anything I could relate to. As he spoke, I noticed something strange. The room, the building, everything felt so disconnected from reality. It was as if I had stepped into a different world entirely, one that didn't make sense. I was about to ask more questions when the door suddenly slammed open behind me. I jumped, turning to see who had arrived, but there was no one there. The door stood wide open, yet the hallway outside was completely empty. I felt my heart rate quicken, the growing sense of unease swirling within me. "Don't worry about that," the man said, almost as if reading my mind. "It's just part of the process. Stay focused on what we're doing here." His voice had taken on a more commanding tone, and I felt an odd pressure to comply. But something about the situation wasn't sitting right with me. I tried to stand up, but my legs felt heavy, as if the air itself was pushing me back down into my seat. "Stay seated," he instructed, his eyes locking onto mine. His expression was eerily calm, like he was controlling everything around me. I didn't understand what was happening. I had been to focus groups before, and they were never like this. This felt wrong. My instincts screamed for me to run, but I couldn't bring myself to move. Every muscle in my body felt paralyzed, trapped in that cold room. I don't know how much time passed, but I eventually broke free from the strange paralysis. The man had started talking again, but now his words made no sense. They were a string of unrelated sentences, his tone growing more robotic with each passing moment. I stood up suddenly, ignoring the strange pull to stay still, and rushed to the door. The hallway was dark, even darker than before. The overhead lights flickered erratically, casting long, harsh shadows across the walls. There were no exit signs, no signs of life, just the oppressive silence and the sound of my hurried footsteps echoing through the vast empty space. I turned corners, retracing my steps, but every hallway seemed to lead to more of the seamer maze with no exit. Panic set in. My heart was racing and my breaths were shallow as I tried to find a way out. But the more I moved, the more disoriented I became. Nothing looked familiar anymore. It was like the building had rearranged itself, trapping me in some kind of endless loop. I called out, but no one answered. I tried to call for help, but my phone had no signal. I started to feel the walls closing in on me, and the thought that I might be trapped forever consumed me. I couldn't understand why this was happening, why I couldn't escape. The feeling of being watched, of being manipulated, only intensified. Just when I thought I couldn't take it any longer, I stumbled into a large open space. It wasn't much of a room, just an empty warehouse. Its high ceilings and vast emptiness making it feel even more like a prison. But there in the center of the room, I saw something that stopped me in my tracks. There was a door, a real door with a sign above it. Exit. I rushed toward it, my pulse hammering in my ears. With trembling hands, I turned the handle and pushed the door open. The moment I stepped outside, the cold night air hit my face and I breathed deeply, almost choking on the fresh air. I looked back at the building, and it seemed as if nothing had changed. The warehouse still loomed behind me, dark and silent. I didn't stop walking until I reached my car, and even then, I didn't feel safe. I had to leave. Had to put as much distance between me and that place as possible. When I finally drove away, I glanced back in the rear view mirror. The warehouse was still there, but there was no trace of anyone. No sign that the man or anyone else had ever been there. I never spoke to anyone about what happened. There was no way to explain it without sounding insane. But deep down, I knew something was wrong about that place. Something that went far beyond a simple focus group. It felt like I had walked into a trap, a game I didn't understand and barely made it out of. The memory of that warehouse haunted me for a long time, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I hadn't truly escaped. Story 28. I had been looking for a place to stay for a while, and when I found an affordable apartment through a sublet arrangement, it seemed like the perfect solution. The apartment was in a great location close to my work, and the price was within my budget. The landlord, who I met briefly when I signed the lease, seemed like a nice enough person, though he was a little more reserved than I expected. He handed me the keys and told me that he would mostly stay out of the way, just letting me enjoy the space. I thought it was a straightforward deal, and I was relieved to have found somewhere to live. The first few weeks were fine. The apartment was cozy and everything seemed to be in order. I spent my days working, and in the evenings, I enjoyed the peace and quiet of my new home. I had made sure to lock everything up when I left, and I kept the keys with me at all times. But then something strange started to happen. Little things began to feel off, things that didn't add up. It started with small changes. A book that I had left on the coffee table was moved to the bookshelf. My favorite mug, which I always placed in a specific spot in the kitchen, was suddenly in a different cabinet. At first, I dismissed it as forgetfulness on my part. Maybe I was just absent-minded, or perhaps the apartment's layout had made me misremember where I put things. But as the days went by, I noticed it happening more frequently. It was as if someone had been in the apartment rearranging things when I wasn't around. I mentioned it to a friend and they shrugged it off, telling me it was probably just the landlord coming by to check on things, which was typical for landlords who lived nearby. It didn't seem out of the ordinary to them, but it felt different to me. The more I thought about it, the more unsettling it became. I began to realize that these changes weren't random at all. They were deliberate, as though someone was trying to create a sense of unease without me noticing right away. One evening, I decided to test my theory. I left a few items in certain spots around the apartment, things that would be hard to overlook. I put a notebook on the kitchen counter, a bottle of water on the dining table, and my jacket draped over the arm of the sofa. Then I left the apartment and made sure to lock the door behind me. I didn't go far. I just sat in the car across the street for a while, watching the apartment from a distance. I was nervous, but I had to know if my suspicions were true. After about an hour, I returned to the apartment. The door was still locked and nothing seemed out of the ordinary at first glance. But as soon as I stepped inside, I noticed the changes. The notebook was no longer on the kitchen counter. It had been moved to the coffee table. The bottle of water was no longer on the dining tablet, had been placed on the windowsill. And my jacket, which had been carefully draped over the arm of the sofa, was now folded neatly and placed on the back of the chair. My heart began to race. There was no way I had done this. Someone had been in the apartment. At that moment, a wave of unease swept over me. I realized that I had been living in this space, trusting the landlord. But now it seemed like there was someone else involved, someone who had been quietly coming in and rearranging things while I wasn't around. I couldn't shake the feeling that my privacy had been invaded in a way that was both subtle and deliberate. I felt exposed as if I were being watched, but in a way that was almost impossible to prove. I didn't want to jump to conclusions, but I also didn't want to ignore the growing sense of discomfort. I decided to confront the landlord. The next time I saw him, I casually mentioned that I had noticed some things being moved around in the apartment. I tried to keep the tone light, hoping to gauge his reaction. His response was calm, almost too calm. He assured me that he hadn't been inside the apartment at all, that he had been busy with other properties. But something about the way he said it felt rehearsed, as if he were trying too hard to appear unbothered. That night, I couldn't sleep. My mind was racing with possibilities. Had the landlord been entering the apartment without my knowledge, or was someone else responsible? I considered the worst-case scenario that someone had a key to the apartment and was coming in whenever they pleased. The thought made my skin crawl. I tried to push the fear aside, but it lingered, gnawing at me. The next few days were tense. I kept a closer eye on everything in the apartment. I locked the door every time I left, double-checking it before I walked away. I made sure to leave things in the same spot, trying to keep track of every little change. Then one morning I returned to find that a few of my personal items had been moved once again. This time it was my toothbrush which I had left on the bathroom counter. It had been placed in the drawer. My toothpaste too had been rearranged. These were small things, but they were enough to confirm my worst fears. Someone had been in the apartment. I decided to take action. I called the landlord and asked him again if he had entered the apartment without telling me. He denied it, of course, but his voice lacked the conviction it had before. There was a pause on the other end of the line, and for a split second, I thought I heard a sound of faint shuffle, like someone moving in the background. My heart skipped a beat. I pushed the thought out of my head, but it lingered. I had to know the truth. So, I took matters into my own hands. I installed a small camera in a discreet corner of the living room, one that would record whenever there was movement. I didn't know if it was legal, but at that point, I didn't care. I just needed to gather evidence. That evening, I waited. I didn't leave the apartment. I was determined to see who was coming in when I wasn't there. Next day, I reviewed the footage. My stomach dropped as I watched the footage. There clearly was the landlord entering the apartment with his own key. He didn't knock or announce himself. He simply walked in and began rearranging things, moving a few books, adjusting the cushions on the couch, and even folding the blanket on the bed. He did it with such care, almost like he was organizing the space for some reason. But it was unsettling. There was no reason for him to be doing this. And yet, he did it regularly. I knew then that I had to confront him. I couldn't live in a place where I felt violated every time I left. The next time I saw him, I showed him the footage. He didn't seem surprised. In fact, he almost looked relieved that I had caught him. He admitted that he had been entering the apartment, but claimed that he was just checking on things. He said he didn't want the place to feel too lived in and that he thought moving things around would make it feel fresh for me. But I didn't buy it. I wasn't going to accept his explanation. I told him I was done with the apartment and that I was moving out. He didn't argue. He simply nodded like he knew what he had done was wrong. But he wasn't going to stop. I moved out that week, leaving behind the apartment and the unsettling feeling that had consumed me. I would never trust another landlord the same way again. Story 29. My eye had just finished running errands when I walked through the park on my way home. The weather was nice, the sun shining through the trees, casting long shadows across the paths. The eye was tired from the busy day, but it was a peaceful walk, and I had a moment to myself before heading back to the chaos of daily life. As I strolled along, I noticed a person standing near the entrance to the park handing out flyers. The flyer caught my eye because it mentioned a free workshop on career development, something I had been considering. It seemed like a great opportunity to expand my skills, and I always had a soft spot for free events that could provide value. The person was smiling as they handed it to me, and I thought nothing of it. I took the flyer, thanked them, and continued walking, not thinking too much about it. Later that evening, I looked over the flyer more closely. The workshop was being held in a building just a few blocks from where I lived. It seemed well organized, and the topic sounded intriguing, something about unlocking potential and making connections for career growth. I was curious, so I decided to attend, figuring it would be a good chance to network and meet others who might share similar career goals. The day of the workshop arrived, and I made my way to the venue. The building was in an older part of the city with a large sign outside advertising the workshop. As I walked through the entrance, I was greeted by a couple of friendly individuals who handed me a name tag and directed me toward a conference room. The room was filled with people all gathered around tables, and I could feel a buzz of excitement in the air. It seemed like a typical workshop, nothing out of the ordinary. However, something felt off as the session began. The speaker, a confident woman dressed in professional attire, stood at the front of the room. She welcomed everyone and began talking about the importance of finding the right career path and taking control of our futures. At first, her message seemed motivational and inspiring. I found myself nodding along, feeling a bit more energized about the possibilities in my own career. As the session progressed, though, I started to notice a shift. The speaker's tone became more forceful, more urgent. She spoke about taking bold steps, making decisive moves, and pushing past any doubts. I started to feel a little uncomfortable, like something was not quite right. As she spoke, the atmosphere in the room started to change. People were no longer just listening. They were leaning in, hanging on every word, almost as if they were being hypnotized by her confidence. The workshop then took a strange turn. The speaker asked us to write down our goals and dreams on a piece of paper, encouraging us to be honest and open with ourselves. I did as instructed, jotting down my aspirations. But then she began talking about how we needed to make sacrifices in order to truly succeed. She spoke about giving up certain things in our lives, relationships, comfort, stability in exchange for true success. At that moment, I felt a growing unease in my stomach. The speaker's words felt more manipulative than motivational. It was as though she was trying to convince everyone that their lives were incomplete unless they made drastic, all-encompassing changes. I started to look around the room, noticing how some people seemed almost mesmerized by her words, writing feverishly as though they were being told something revolutionary. The next step in the workshop was even more alarming. The speaker asked us to stand up and pair off with someone else in the room. I hesitated for a moment, but eventually found a woman nearby, and we stood facing each other, unsure of what to do next. The speaker instructed us to share our goals with our partners and then listen to theirs. I did as instructed, but something about the whole exercise felt forced. It wasn't just about sharing our goals. It was about selling them, about convincing each other that we were worthy of something bigger, something more extreme. As we spoke, I felt the pressure mounting. The woman I was paired with spoke of her desire to join a startup and become a leader in the tech industry. She seemed so determined, but there was an intensity to her words that made me uncomfortable. It was as if she was already being pulled into the speaker's vision for success. A vision that seemed to involve more than just career growth, that seemed to demand complete devotion and sacrifice. After the exercise, the speaker asked us to take a seat again, but this time she moved on to a new topic. She started talking about a special opportunity for those of us who were truly committed to taking our careers to the next level. The room was silent, the tension palpable. She spoke in a low, almost conspiratorial voice, explaining that there was an exclusive program designed to help us reach our goals faster if we were willing to fully dedicate ourselves. The pitch was compelling, but it didn't sit right with me. She spoke about joining a close-knit community of like-minded individuals, people who would push each other to succeed, to break through every barrier. The cost of joining this community was steep financially and personally. We were told that to be part of this program, we would need to make a commitment, one that involved not only financial investment, but also giving up certain freedoms in our lives. At that moment, the pieces clicked together. This was not just a career workshop. This was a recruitment session, a coercive one. I had been lured in with the promise of free advice, only to find myself in a high-pressure sales environment. The workshop was not about career development. It was about selling people on the idea of giving everything up for a dream that was not even their own. I felt trapped. I wanted to leave, but I didn't know how to exit without drawing attention. I wasn't the only one who seemed uncomfortable. Several other people were looking around the room, exchanging glances, unsure of what to do next. The speaker's tone had shifted again, becoming almost threatening. She spoke about how those who didn't take the next step would be left behind, stuck in their current situations forever. It was a classic fear tactic designed to make people doubt themselves and their choices. I waited until there was a break and then quickly gathered my things. I slipped out of the room, trying to make myself as inconspicuous as possible. As I walked through the hallway, I could hear the speaker's voice echoing behind me, urging people to stay and commit. The pressure was unbearable, and I was relieved to be free of it. When I got outside, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. I was shaken by how easily I had almost fallen for their tactics. The whole experience had been a wake-up call about the lengths some people would go to in order to manipulate others. As I walked away, I realized how important it was to trust my instincts and not let myself be coerced into making decisions that didn't feel right. The incident stayed with me for weeks. I told a few close friends about what had happened, and they were just as shocked as I was. It became clear that I wasn't the only one who had been targeted by this group. I later found out that they had been operating in various cities, luring people into workshops under the guise of offering career advice, only to pressure them into joining their high-cost, high-commitment program. I learned to be much more cautious about offers that seemed too good to be true, especially when they involved signing up for something that required personal or financial sacrifices. It was a valuable lesson in self-awareness, and I vowed never to let myself be caught in a situation like that again. While I might still attend workshops or seminars in the future, I would always do my research first, making sure that I wasn't being manipulated into something I didn't want. Story 30. I had always admired the healthcare field. The dedication, the long hours, the sense of purpose. It was all so compelling to me. When I got the opportunity to shadow a nurse, I was excited to learn about the ins and outs of patient care. I had seen how much impact nurses had on the well-being of patients, and I was eager to be part of that environment. Little did I know, my experience would take a sharp turn in an unexpected direction. The first few days were exactly what I had imagined. I observed how the nurses interacted with patients, how they administered medication, and how they balanced their duties under immense pressure. I learned a lot about the technical aspects of the job, like how to take vital signs and how to assist with various procedures. But what caught my attention most was the routine. Every day, the nurse I shadowed would check the patient records, usually just a quick glance. But it became clear that these records were crucial to ensuring the patients received the correct care. One morning, as we were making our rounds, I noticed something strange. The nurse pulled up a patient's record and seemed to hesitate for a moment before making a few quick notations. The look on her face was unreadable, but something about her actions made me uneasy. She quickly shut the file and moved on to the next patient, but my curiosity was piqued. It seemed like she was trying to cover something up, but I couldn't figure out what. I didn't want to jump to conclusion, so I let it go at the time, but the feeling lingered. A few days later, I had the chance to look through some of the patient records myself. I was given permission to assist with filing and organizing the records, which allowed me to handle them more closely. As I was sorting through one stack of files, I noticed something that didn't sit right with me. The records didn't match up. Inconsistent handwriting, dates that didn't make sense, and even medication dosages that didn't align with the patient's actual conditions. I was stunned. This wasn't just a mistake. It looked like someone had been falsifying these records for a long time. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I tried to push the thought out of my mind, but the more I looked, the clearer it became. There were multiple patients with similar discrepancies. Medications listed that they hadn't been prescribed, treatments that were never given, and some entries that appeared to have been created out of thin air. I knew that if I said something, it could create serious problems. But at the same time, how could I ignore something so wrong? The weight of the situation settled on me, and I knew I couldn't just walk away without saying anything. The next day, I quietly asked the nurse about the records. I tried to sound casual, like I was simply curious about the process. I mentioned the inconsistencies I had noticed and asked if there was any explanation for them. She stiffened slightly, her eyes flickering toward the door before looking back at me. There was a brief pause and then she offered a vague response, saying that sometimes the system would glitch or cause errors in the records. She brushed it off as nothing more than technical issues, but something in her tone made me doubt that explanation. Over the next few days, I became more aware of the subtle signs that said something was off. The nurse would occasionally make corrections to records after patients had left, adjusting details that didn't seem to align with what had actually happened. I started to notice patterns. The discrepancies were too frequent, too consistent to be accidental. This wasn't just a matter of poor documentation. It seemed like someone was deliberately altering these records. I decided to do a little digging on my own. I began comparing the patient records with their treatment plans and speaking to other staff members about the discrepancies I had observed. Every time I asked about a specific detail, I was met with vague answers or uncomfortable silences. It became clear that no one was willing to talk about it. The more I investigated, the more I realized that this wasn't a mistake. It was a long-standing issue that had been hidden for years. I felt a growing sense of urgency to get to the bottom of this. But I also felt trapped. If I reported what I had found, I could be putting my own career at risk. But the thought of allowing this kind of deception to continue was even worse. These records were a direct reflection of the career or lack of care that patients were receiving. If someone was falsifying these records, it could mean that patients weren't getting the treatment they needed. The consequences could be catastrophic. I decided to confront the nurse directly. It was a difficult decision, but I felt like I couldn't live with the knowledge of what was happening without trying to do something about it. One evening after our shift, I pulled her aside and asked if we could talk. I told her I had noticed the discrepancies in the records and asked if she could explain. Her reaction was immediate. Her face went pale and she took a step back, her eyes widening in alarm. At first, she denied everything, claiming that the records were all accurate and that I must have misunderstood, but I could see the fear in her eyes. She was nervous, and I could tell that she wasn't being entirely honest. I pushed a little harder, asking her why she had been making corrections to the records when no one had requested it. The tension in the air was palpable. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, she confessed. She told me that it had started innocently, enough small errors that she had tried to fix to avoid drawing attention, but over time it had escalated. She admitted to altering patient records to cover up mistakes, or in some cases to make it look like certain treatments had been administered when they hadn't. She said she had felt pressure from higher-ups to meet certain quotas, and that the falsified records had become a way to keep the system from catching up with them. It wasn't just her, other nurses and staff had been involved, all working together to keep the deception under wraps. I was in shock. I had known something was wrong, but hearing her admit it made everything feel so much more real. I asked her what we were supposed to do now. She told me that she didn't know. She was scared of the consequences, scared of losing her job and facing legal repercussions. But at that moment, I knew I couldn't keep quiet. The patients deserved to know the truth, and I couldn't allow this to continue any longer. I reported what I had discovered to the hospital administration the very next day. It wasn't easy, and the process was nerve-wracking. I had to provide all the evidence I had gathered, and I knew there would be an investigation. But I was ready to face whatever came next. All the truth needed to come out. The hospital took immediate action, launching a full investigation into the falsification of patient records. It turned out that the issue was far more widespread than I had realized, affecting many more patients than I had originally thought. In the end, the nurse I had shadowed was among those who were fired, along with several other staff members involved in the falsifications. The hospital made significant changes to its record-keeping procedures and implementing stricter oversight and more rigorous checks to prevent something like this from happening again. I felt a sense of relief knowing that the truth had come to light and that patients would be better protected going forward. Though I had been hesitant to report what I had found, I knew it had been the right thing to do. It was a difficult experience, one that left me questioning the integrity of the system I had once admired. But in the end, it reaffirmed my belief that doing the right thing, no matter how hard, was always worth it.